Hello.
Okay. It being just past 6 p.m., we'll go ahead and call the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to order for February 23rd, 2021. All members have present. The county clerk has confirmed the roll, so we do have a quorum. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Supervisor Locke. If you could please all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
republic for which it
to
stands,
the republic for which it stands,
under
one
God,
nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and
and justice for all.
And now if you could all please remain standing for the invocation by Supervisor Locke. Please go ahead, Supervisor Locke.
Okay, for the invocation, come and be with us tonight as we meet tonight. Guide our thoughts, ideas, and decisions. Amen.
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 Thank you, Supervisor Locke. Next item on the agenda is the adoption of this evening's agenda. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Albrecht to make a motion. Supervisor Albrecht? If you can please go ahead and unmute your mic, Supervisor Albrecht. I'll go ahead then and call on Vice Chairperson Egan to make a motion to adopt this evening's agenda.
There it goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of tonight's agenda for the adoption.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
35.
Motion and a second to adopt this evening's agenda. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, and that's time during each meeting in which we give an opportunity for the public to speak for any item under county jurisdiction or any item on the agenda this evening. So we'll open it up to the public at this time. I'd ask that anyone who wishes to speak to please first raise their Zoom hand, and then I'll go ahead and call on the individuals in succession. Once I call on them, I'd ask that they give their name and address for the record, and please hold their comments to 3 minutes or less. If it's getting close to 3 minutes, I will let them know. That's so that we can give the opportunity for as many people as possible to speak this evening. So first, I will call on Connie Long. Please go ahead.
Hi, my friend Ann is with me.
Please go ahead. Your mic is open.
Okay, go ahead, Ann.
Hi, Ann Wolt, 300 East Custer Avenue.
Connie Long.
2300 Doty Street.
Okay, we'll give Ms. Long another opportunity later. So we'll move next to the individual who is under Linda H.
Ann had a chance.
I'm here to speak to.
Oh my gosh.
The individual under Linda H.
Uh-huh.
What's that about?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Linda H., please go ahead.
Yes. Yes, my name is Linda Hill, 5338 John Street, town of Winchester.
Thank you.
And I would like to start, sorry?
Please go ahead.
Oh, and I would like to start off by reading the U.S. Constitution, First Amendment right to assemble, right to freedom of speech, right to religious expression. Requiring someone to wear a mask as a condition to assemble in your place of public accommodation is an infringement of the right protected under the U.S. Constitution, the highest law of the land. No law is valid or lawful that violates the Constitution. No health order, emergency order, state of emergency, municipal ordinance, or store policy may suspend or violate the Constitution, period. U.S. Title 52, Civil Rights Act of 1964, unlawful to discriminate in place of public accommodations. Your business establishment is legally defined as a place of public accommodation, and as such, you may not prohibit entry by discriminating against someone for their medical condition, disability, or religious views. If someone is unable or willing to wear a mask for one of those reasons, you may not prohibit their entry, nor may you file a charge of trespassing because of their legally protected status. Just as you would not be able to deny entry to someone based on their skin color, you may not deny entry to someone based on their bare face. Having someone else shop for them or requiring curbside delivery is not a reasonable accommodation, as it denies the full enjoyment and equal access to facilities, services, and accommodations as required by law. So in conclusion, you are violating federal law by doing this. Look it up. This is not about a mask, a virus, or our health care. You are not in charge of our health care. This is control and manipulation with an agenda, and I strongly recommend that you vote no to the mask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, I'll go back to Connie Long.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you well, thank you.
I had several friends said they could hear me just fine.
Yes, I
Okay.
think that was on our end, thank you.
Well, thank you for giving me another opportunity. I am one of the individuals when wearing a mask, I have respiratory issues already. So when I wear a mask, then I get sick. So I am struggling with a bacterial infection right now because I wore a mask last week when I did some volunteer work. So I am encouraging you to at least honor the rights of those who do have respiratory issues and cannot wear a mask. It's a matter of my freedom to choose to stay healthy. Please take note of that. I'm not the only one that suffers with respiratory issues.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay,
for your
thank you.
comment.
Hello?
Oh, yes,
Sure.
please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Ann Wolt, 300 East Custer Avenue. I like to just point some things out. I had been to the emergency room, unrelated of a virus or anything, but the doctor was dressed in pretty much a hazmat suit. I was told to put on a cloth mask as I'm laying there sick. I already had the virus. That lady was in that doctor was in no danger. I couldn't give the virus to her because I actually had the antibodies. The nurse came in and I asked him, I said, "Sir, can you just explain to me why I have to put this mask on when I'm ill? You are dressed in a hazmat suit." And this was his reply: social engineering. So this is what social engineering is: the use of centralized planning in attempt to manage social change, regulate the future development and behavior of a society. In contents, information, the use of deception to manipulate individuals into divulging confidential or personal information that may be used for fraudulent purposes. The mask mandate is fraudulent. It causes tooth decay, acne, bilateral respiratory diseases, and that's just some of the things that wearing a mask causes. I think you are a doctor, Chairman, right? When people are breathing in their stuff that is supposed to be expelled out of their nose and mouth, but you're constricting to keep breathing it in, this is where your bilateral respiratory infections come in. So I am asking people to wake up against this fraudulent mask and our rights being stripped from us.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments.
Oh, are my 3 minutes up? Because I'm not sure I'm finished. I have more notes here.
Please go ahead.
Doctor, you know the truth. You should tell the people the truth. The tooth decay and acne, the suicidal rates that people want to push the agenda and the globalist and socialist agenda, this has got to stop. You people saying you care about each other. Some of you people write letters back to your citizens telling them they're toddlers and they don't care about other people. We do care about other people. That's why we're on this meeting. Y'all need to repent and give your lives to Jesus Christ. I'm finished.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Deb Martin. Please go ahead and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Deb Martin, 164 Wildwood Drive, Oshkosh.
Please.
I'm speaking in favor of the mask mandate. This summer in the state of Kansas, they went by county. They could choose whether to wear a mask or not. And if you want to look up the data from that experiment, you will see that the counties where people did not wear masks had drastically more cases of COVID-19 than the counties who did. It's one example, live example that happened in our own country. If you want to just check that out, look at Kansas. I'm speaking in favor of it. I feel like I have a right to feel safe when I go into a store in our area. So I wear my mask. Is it my favorite thing to do? No, but I wash it after every time I wear it, and therefore I don't get any infections or skin rashes because I have a clean mask on when I go out again. And anyway, thank you for doing this. Thank you for listening to everyone, and thank you for serving us on the county board. I'm finished.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next individual is Lori. And if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Loretta Chemis at 1461 Deerwood Drive in Neenah.
Please go ahead.
Yes, with this mask mandate order with fines, I have so many questions. Will you still allow exemptions for people that cannot wear masks because of difficulty breathing and other issues? I know of some residents that have developed horrible skin reactions to the masks, and they are struggling with this mandate. Please allow for medical exemptions. Also, please don't disallow face shields for those people that are trying to be compliant but just can't seem to wear the mask. I also have other questions. What criteria has been established for those that will be chosen to act as designees to issue tickets? What are their qualifications? And is this a good use of time and resources? Also, why are you even wanting to fine people? Your own county statistics for confirmed rate trends by region indicate the case rate is at the lowest since the beginning of this COVID outbreak. So what is the reason for the fines? Is this a good idea for people that are experiencing financial challenges during these times? What if people can't pay the fines? Will they go to jail? And what if they can't pay to be in jail? Will taxpayers have to pay for that? I also have another question. Who's going to pay for all of these enforcers? And how many will you be hiring? What are the logistics in regard to this? Have you planned for this entire process yet? I'm concerned about the board voting without the details of this entire operation. Lastly, could you please just leave things the way that they are? Most places of business, restaurants, bars, gas stations, etc., are requiring and reminding customers to wear face masks, even furnishing them to the patrons. I just believe that this is way too extreme and unnecessary because compliance is evident in our county. Just recently, I saw a physician from Johns Hopkins University state that he believes that we will have herd immunity by April. I know that this is just a guesstimate, but please, let's just keep it simple. Thank you so much for your thoughtful consideration in proceeding with this with caution and wisdom. Thank you, but please vote no to this mask mandate, especially with fines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Deb. Please go ahead, the individual under Deb Guest. You could state your name and address for the record, and please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Deb Warner Allen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. My name is Deb Warner Allen. I live at 1120 Logger Lane. I'm also a member at large with the Winnebago County Republicans. And I first want to start by thanking all the board members who voted no on the referendum the last time and for listening to your constituents. If others would have listened to us, we would not be at where we're at right now. So thank you to all of you. I would ask again that you vote no on the mask mandate. The abuse of power with this edict is very troubling in Winnebago County. The health director does not have this power and is unconstitutional tyranny. Our state legislature voted no, that Governor Evers' mask mandate was unconstitutional last year, and you tried the same thing. You put some BS referendum in place that Harris dreamt up and even voted on it by the same board. It still doesn't mean you have the power to do this. All of it goes against our constitutional rights, and you're ignoring us yet again, by which we continuously telling you we don't want this. So now an unelected minion appointed by Mark Harris has more power than a governor in the Constitution? I mean, seriously? He does not have the right to enforce fines either, because this is unlawful. If people want to choose, and note I say choose, to wear a mask, that's entirely their decision, but it should not be mandated. It's troubling that you, Ramos, as head of our county board, and who's a doctor, and any doctor that's going along with this and pushing so hard for this, should know better than this. As a doctor, you know that you're wearing a mask, like in surgery, to keep your bacteria in. It's to not expose your patient to this. And this is always done in a highly sterile environment, and the masks are changed quite frequently. You're not supposed to be wearing these masks right here for more than, like, I think 20 minutes at a time, okay? So you're asking us to wear these all the time. Doing that, I don't think anybody is. Doctors are to do no harm. And by mandating people to wear a mask all the time is actually doing them harm by forcing people to breathe in their bacteria, like the other ladies are saying, all day, which will lead to great damage, harm, and even death. More people died from the bacterial pneumonia during the Spanish flu of 1918 than the actual flu itself. I don't know if people realize this. People actually protested against the mask back then too, and no one listened to them then either. So people needlessly died. Now we're supposed to do this again and cause more harm? So much for following the science and caring about our freedom to life. This is all very troubling to me. Wearing a mask also decreases your immunity by at least 18% over 6 months' time. This is done in a study. And that's all, to me, is very troubling. And I don't know where we're coming up with wearing masks protect you from getting the virus, because 93% of people that either wear masks some of the time or all the time are the ones getting COVID, not the ones that aren't wearing it. Wearing a mask does not equal life, as some people are saying. It does quite the opposite. This mask right here, this mask represents tyranny. This mask is harmful, it's dehumanizing, and it's a muzzle against all of our freedoms as people. Shame on anyone who thinks this mask mandate is a good idea. Thank you for listening, and vote no on the mask mandate. Lives actually really do depend on this. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Cameron Chapin. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cameron Chapin at 5623 West Raymore Road. Thank you for the time to speak. I'll speak plainly. People are losing hope. People are losing hope that they will be safe again, losing their faith in the political systems we have in place, and losing hope of ever returning to a normal life. With every day that passes, with every new rule, mandate, and cold, callous restriction set in place, people are feeling more and more hopeless. When this emergency health order started, the immediacy with which our people responded demonstrated great care for their fellow man and fellow woman. All of us were working together. 2 weeks to kick a virus to the curb? I'm in. As I finished my teaching contract in South Korea, my heart warmed to see my countrymen banding together. We got this, I thought. Now, having been home from Korea for nearly 9 months, I've seen friends in Korea go from super high restrictions to low restrictions, constantly evolving to reflect the current cases. 1 week, bars and clubs are open with minimal restrictions. The next, they are closed. 2 weeks later, families are reuniting for Chuseok, the Korean Thanksgiving. 3 weeks later, cases have gone up, so travel advisories are set in place. Yet my friends in Korea have hope because of these ever-changing policies that allow for greater freedom and their own autonomy to choose what they want, with varying cases week by week. Not so in my beloved state of Wisconsin. The latest scientific research in our area shows that cases have been decreasing, and yet we are under the same stale mandates, and the board at large wants to continue to suffocate the hope of your people. Please choose hope. We need to choose hope, and by allowing people the autonomy to choose what they actually want to do, whether you want to wear a mask and feel safe or not wear a mask and feel safe, this autonomy to choose should be left with the people that are your constituents. As of current call, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us are against mask mandates, and 1 of us is for. For the 1 person who is, I hope you feel safe wearing your mask, and I hope that for everyone truly. For those of us who want the autonomy to choose without, please allow us to continue it as the way things are. Please do not put more restrictions, more mandates, and more issues onto the people who are in here, trying to just live a normal life, trying to get back to normal. Please choose freedom, and please do not put this in place. We already have one in place, and when it runs out, please just let it be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jennifer Kozer. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Kozer, and I'm in Winnebago. You have my address. First of all, I would like to ask you to do a roll call vote on the Health Department General Face Coverings Order. Second of all, I am strongly opposed to this order. The information presented in the General Face Coverings Order is vague in some areas, and it's also incomplete. For example, on page 2, there's a quote from the CDC director that states, "We have clear evidence, clear scientific evidence, they," meaning facial coverings, work. Well, what is that scientific evidence, and why is it not listed in this order? This document will be ordering the citizens to wear masks, but it does not provide actual scientific evidence as to the benefit. It simply states this will prevent the spread of COVID. Providing info on the risks and consequences of wearing masks is also something that this order should include. For example, the risks of wearing a mask include facial rashes, fungal infections, and bacterial infections, such as bacterial pneumonias and including Legionnaire's disease. In fact, the symptoms of bacterial pneumonia are the same as the symptoms of COVID. Because of the mask orders, it is possible that any new waves of COVID will actually be bacterial infections, bacterial pneumonias, and Legionnaire's disease, of which the symptoms are the same as COVID. So wearing a mask also lowers your immune system, which means that if you contract COVID, your chance of becoming seriously ill or dying is greater. And there are many studies that show that masks do not actually protect against COVID because the COVID virus is smaller than the weave of the mask and it can go right through the mask. Dr. Fauci himself has stated that people should not wear masks because they provide a false sense of security. Why isn't there any information like this within this document? So what is the point? Making a recommendation to the public and then providing unbiased information regarding the benefits and the consequences of this recommendation is one thing. This allows the public to also do their own research and make their own decisions regarding their health. Ordering an entire county to do something under the threat of fines and possible suspension of licenses and permits that are issued by the health department is another. What if you issue an order and you don't have the pros and cons or information and you enforce that order and that turns out to be harmful to the public? What if someone becomes seriously ill or dies as a consequence of that order? Are you aware of what the phrase crimes against humanity means? According to Britannica.com, crimes against humanity consist of various acts which are committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population. A few examples of crimes against humanity include, but are not limited to, murder, extermination, and torture. This is why making a recommendation is one thing, but creating an order, not providing complete information about both the risks and the benefits of that order, and enforcing it with fines is so dangerous. If you do something that ends up causing harm or death to citizens within this county, you could be guilty and possibly held accountable for crimes against humanity, especially considering you are being told by the majority of the citizens that we do not want this order because we are responsible for our own health. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual under the name Candace Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Candace Leach. Address is 6489 DeBerkey Lane, Neenah, Wisconsin. It's actually a town of Vinland. I appreciate the opportunity and the freedom to be able to voice our concerns and address things. I ask that you guys as the Board of Supervisors will actually be listening, taking into consideration the points and things that we are bringing to your attention, and want to ask them that you guys actually read the orders and resolutions that you guys are looking to pass. I'm concerned based on certain board supervisors that have replied back to our concerns about some of these resolutions and orders, and it doesn't sound like they even know what they're talking about. For example, Mr. Wren says that the order is not going to be having fines. We need clarification. Is the county face covering order the same or similar to the city of Oshkosh order, where it does talk about soft enforcement to businesses, to people that are unwilling to comply, to do education, teaching for those that are not willing to comply. So we need clarification. There's a lot of questions out here, and instead of sharing with the people clarification on items that are pertinent to the people in this county, you guys just, I don't know if you listen to us. I hope you're listening to us right now before you actually consider voting on it, and take a look at all sides of the factor here. Also, how can you as a board supervisor say that you're speaking for the vast majority of our neighbors when most of the people in the county don't even know that this meeting is happening or that this order is being voted on tonight? Why is this not open to the public to be able to put to a vote? How are we not able to be participants in making a big decision that involves our county as a whole? The numbers are drastically down. It doesn't make sense for why we would have this up for a vote. And if the majority is already wearing a mask, then why the order? So when we talk about the death rate too, the death rate for Wisconsin, if you look at the numbers for like the last 3 years and you look at total death rate numbers, that death rate number is not much different, maybe a 10,000 to 15,000 difference in the last 3 years since COVID has started. So the flu death rates have gone downhill drastically. Heart attack and other death rates have gone down drastically. So how can we seriously say that this is all because of COVID when we are not categorizing these deaths in the correct form and manner? Because you can't tell me the flu disappeared, heart attacks haven't gone down that much. So I am asking that you guys would please vote no. This is not something that just affects the public people, it affects business owners. And you will, there is a potential that if you do enforce this, if you do have businesses be liable for making decisions for other people and taking away the freedoms of their people, the county will be losing money. People will be going to other counties to be purchasing and spending things versus where they have the right and freedom in order to live their lives and just live a normal life. And so I ask that you guys actually seriously consider not only your personal aspects of this and your personal thoughts and feelings, but the majority of the people. And if you guys are saying that the majority of the people are wanting this, then please share your data. And the reasonings with the county as to why we are continuing to vote on this stuff when the data is proving that the numbers are going down in cases and we should have the right and freedom. Your position is to represent the people, not yourself, not to be outside by outside influencers who are not part of our county or part of our state. We should not let fear take over our lives of something that has a 99% survival rate. So I ask that you would take a look at this, postpone your vote, and maybe give us more data, more intent and purpose of why you guys are looking to actually have this order put into place. Even if you go to your Winnebago County's website, the county hasn't even reached 100 cases in a day in the past 5 weeks. So how is this classified as a pandemic or severe outbreak? And why are we still voting on this stuff instead of allowing people the freedom and free choice to make their own decision? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual at Lois's iPad. Please go ahead, and if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Lois Gritzmacher, 3576 Leonard Point Lane in Oshkosh. That's in the town of Algoma. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I strongly hope that supervisors will vote yes on this tonight. As I listen to all these comments, it's just confounds me how people who are just simply against masking are aware of all these people that have all these adverse effects from wearing masks. People who are in favor of masking don't seem to know anybody that had any problems. If we all put as much energy into using our masks correctly and wearing them consistently, rather than coming up with all these reasons to deny what science has proven, I think we'd be a lot further ahead. There's a lot of pseudoscience being expressed here tonight. I won't even go into it. But, the truth is that there are a lot of people out in our community that are not complying with masking right now. And that's just a simple fact. And if you fail to vote yes on this and fail to show that, to reinforce how important this is, we're just going to have a lot more cases. Granted, the cases are decreasing now, but if we stop masking, and there's going to be a lot of people that will stop wearing that mask if you decide to vote no tonight. They'll think they've got free license. They're going to throw the mask away. They're not going to wear it anymore. We're going to see cases go up. And, you know, when we see more cases, we're going to start having more healthcare costs. We're going to have more, and by the way, all those increased healthcare costs, they're not just increased costs. They all get passed on to all of us. So it's going to be fiscally responsible for you to all vote yes on this tonight. And when there are more cases, you know, it's just do the math. We're going to have more deaths. And I mean, this is a pandemic that no one saw coming. It's no one's fault, but we all have a responsibility to react to it in a responsible way. And that responsibility is for our own health and for the health of everyone around us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual Wendy Guest. You could please state your name and address for the record, please. Wendy, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Wendy Fisher. I live at 1498 Racine Road in Menasha, or Fox Crossing, sorry.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I just have kind of a list of bullet points here. I think it's very noteworthy to say that the cases are going down in this county. From what I've seen, at minimum over the last 6 weeks, and as well as going down in surrounding areas. I don't understand why now would be a time to put in a mask mandate. If you look at what happened when Governor Evers put in the illegal mask mandate, late summer, early fall, you know, there were cases, but then they started to go up. So I'm not a scientist, but I would tend to think, geez, it seems like the mask is causing the issue, but people can do their own research on that. I would also like to point out the conflicting reports from Dr. Fauci. One minute he's saying, no, people shouldn't be wearing a mask. They don't help. They instill false sense of security. And now he's telling us to wear 2 masks. That sounds like a split personality to me. But again, look it up, do your own research. He's been nothing but going back and forth on this stuff. I think more importantly, we as adults in America, land of the free, can and should be able to make our own health decisions. We have that right, and by the county enforcing this mask mandate, you're taking that right away from us, and that's not your job. The government's job is not to dictate what our health decisions are. I don't have a problem. I would never shame someone for wearing a mask. I don't understand why people who either can't wear them for health reasons or religious reasons or whatever, or people who just don't want to wear them, why they are being picked on and singled out and verbally abused for not wearing one. And like I said, a mask is a medical device, and our government is not in charge of mine or anyone else's health decisions. And only people with medical license should be able to tell people or give medical advice. I don't see that our government has the proper education on telling us when and where what we should do with our health decisions. So I urge you all to vote no on this mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is John Domo. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, John Damel, 1923 Damel Street, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Please go ahead.
All right, I'd like to thank you all for being here, and I appreciate just how difficult it is to be in your position at this time. I'd also like to take some time to thank our health department. You know, we really do have some excellent men and women working there, and it's Doug's job to push worst case scenario, and it's Doug's job to look after the health and safety of all of our citizens. And I think he's more than qualified to do so, and more than educated, and he has the right things in mind. But it is our job as a government to balance those things and to pass effective ordinances and effective mandates and effective orders. Will this be effective? A year in now, I think most people that I see out there are wearing masks, and the people that are vehemently against it, they're not going to change their mind. So we are adding fuel to the fire, and we're just going to add more pushback. I have a problem with the fines being attached to this of $100 to $500. If you look at this resolution, there are multiple exceptions and multiple exemptions in this. So that it's not going to be fair across the board. Most people could just say they have a difficulty breathing, and with HIPAA laws, you can't challenge that. So who's going to be affected by this are the people that don't have the resources to understand how to challenge that. When I go to Pick and Save, most people are masked up. When I go to the Family Dollar, they're not. And that concerns me. It concerns me the other day when I had to give a lady a mask out of my own pocket because she was using a reusable mask that was dirty. It looked like it had been, there was all kinds of soot on it, and it was not healthy. And she had tears of joy when I gave her my mask. Maybe we should be putting our resources into education. We do cover in this mandate that you have to cover your mouth and your nose, but we don't cover that it has to be tight fitting. And if you're wearing a mask wrong, you're doing just as much harm as if you're not wearing it at all. And we have to understand that we can safely stay 6 feet away from somebody who is not masking. As long as you don't get in each other's faces, it's okay. I'd also like to point out that in this mandate, we are urging people not to use an N95 mask because of supply. So in a mandate or in an order that we are looking to pass to protect people's health, we are urging them not to use the most successful mask because supplies are low. And that just concerns me. So I would love to think that I'm speaking to some of your hearts and that maybe I can change some of your minds to vote no. I don't know if that's possible, but I truly hope it is. But if you are going to pass this, I strongly urge you to remove the fine and look at all the exceptions and the exemptions and ask yourself, am I passing an effective and fair order across the board? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Tim Reimer. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Tim Reimer from 6976 Thornberry Trail in Oshkosh. I am speaking fully supportive of a countywide mask order. I am a citizen that lives in Winnebago County. I also am a small business owner and president of an essential business located in Winneconne in Winnebago County. Our company manufactures napkins for restaurants, so we have been hit hard in that part of our business. But despite these struggles in our company, I am still a strong proponent for everyone wearing masks. Wearing masks is a key thing that we all can do to continue to reopen our economy. Regardless of the good news in the last few weeks with case numbers, we know that there are new and more contagious variants that we are going to have to deal with, and that transmission is still occurring. So yes, it is good news that case numbers are down, but we cannot get complacent. And mask wearing is one tool that makes a significant difference in this fight against both of these concerns. So personally and professionally, I am 100% strongly in support of this proposed county mask order. It is the right thing to do. Thank you for your time and your work in protecting the health of all people in our county.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Christine Whitty. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Christine Whitty, 226 West 12th Ave, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Please go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to say I'm definitely not against somebody wearing a mask if they choose wearing a mask. I would not ever want to say that to anybody. But at the same time, I like to have the choice to wear a mask. I mean, I'm sorry, to not wear a mask. I have a question. My question is, of the 30 plus members of the Winnebago County Board, how is it that you can decide for 174,000 people what they're supposed to do? And I had sent some emails out and I did receive a reply. And I was told that the state of Wisconsin gave the local health department permission or authority to do this. But then I wonder, where did the state of Wisconsin even get that right to give that right to the Winnebago County Department, Health Department? It just like when Evers didn't have the right to allow Palm to put forth that emergency order, it was illegal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court overturned it. So I'm wondering, how far back does it even go where where does that right come from? I don't know that I'm going to get any answers, but maybe eventually I will. But I'm also wondering, of the 30 plus members on the board who are going to be voting and representing the citizens of Winnebago County, I just wonder how many people have done their own research on this. Are you checking into the statistics yourself? Are you going to the CDC website? Are you just listening to mainstream media? Are you just listening to what everybody else is saying? I would like to know that the board members are actually looking into this themselves to put together their own ideas and not just follow what they're being told without questioning it. I mean, way in the beginning, none of it made sense to me. And I started checking the COVID cases way back at the beginning of this, and they weren't any different than the normal flu season. And now recently I've been looking at the CDC website, and from about September until now, the normal flu for this season hasn't been any higher than what it is like in the summer during an off season. So that just makes me wonder, how many of these COVID related illnesses really are just the normal flu? How could the normal flu season just kind of disappear? So, and I'm getting this off of the CDC website by looking at some of the charts. So it just boggles my mind. So I feel like what I'm seeing is a lot of people just going along with statements that they're hearing, and I'm seeing large entities that are capitalizing off of this pandemic and making money. And so the little guy and the little businesses and homes and families, they're being devastated and they're really being hurt beyond repair from this reaction to COVID. And then I noticed in the order, it says, whereas we are in the midst of this pandemic. I'm trying to figure out, how are we in the midst of this pandemic? The midst of it is gone. That was gone like November, December. And again, I'm looking at the CDC website, and that's what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing that it's just trickling away. And right now, according to that website, Winnebago County, for a 7-day average, they're showing 181 people out of 100,000 with COVID. And the line is just about flat. So I'm not seeing how we're in the midst of this pandemic and why we're doing this now. I worry more at this point what we're doing to, I'm kind of repeating what other people said, but if I don't stay on my notes, I'm going to get totally lost. But what are we doing to protect the whole population from the depression and the loneliness that's going on? And what about the fear and intimidation and suicide and like some people said, bacterial pneumonia and dermatitis and all of those other things. And it just feels like the negative effects of the way this is being handled, those negative effects are way far outweighing any positive benefits that we think that we're seeing from the wearing of masks. In the order, it says, whereas COVID-19 is not only a threat to the public health, but also to our economy, I don't even see COVID-19 as the threat anymore.
If you could please work to conclude your remarks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm just seeing it as the way we're treating it as the threat. I just want to go to the store again. I want to see people's smiles. I want to see their whole face. I want it to go back to normal. And I just want to I saw a quote and I just want to say it because it just made so much sense to me. It was from Jim Hightower. It just said, the opposite of courage is not cowardice, it's conformity. Even a dead fish can go with the flow.
Thank you.
I'm done. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Joni Beam. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Joni Beam.
Joni Beam, 420 Jackson Avenue, Amro, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I would just like to thank Deb, Jennifer, Christine. You guys have made some very good points, very valid points, and the same points that I was going to be making. There is a definite problem when you give a county person like Mark Harris authority greater than the governor and greater than the state legislators. That is just wrong. This is, to me, this is my body and my choice. And I should have that choice of, not having to explain why I'm not wearing a mask. It's unconstitutional. The numbers are down. It's not fair to be fining people when they're down. And these board supervisors speaking for 174,000 citizens. I didn't realize that. So that was a very interesting piece of data there. And I do hope that they are doing their research and listening to their constituents that elected them. I know that the two in my district are. Thank you, Tom Ellis and Tom Egan, for voting no. And I hope you continue to vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Rebecca Enns. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Rebecca Enns.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, my name is Rebecca Enns. I am at 8473 Steeple Hill Drive in Winchester, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, from original models of this virus, assumed each positive would infect more than 2 persons. That's over 200% infection rate. Early examples of close quarter communities and infection rates are the naval carrier Roosevelt and the Diamond Princess. Passengers lived 24/7 aboard these 2 ships for approximately 3 weeks in the presence of positive COVID-19 cases, although infection rates topped out at 17 to 22% in these communities, which falls terribly short of the projected 200. Mask worn, probably 0. The thought process of wearing a mask to protect others because asymptomatic persons who don't show evidence of infection presumes that asymptomatic persons are infectious. However, a study published by National Institute of Health article posted in the National Library of Medicine, May 13th, 2020, shows 455 persons in contact with SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus, causes COVID-19, positive asymptomatic patients were excluded from infection. Again, all the 455 contacts were not infected with the SARS-CoV-2 infection. They concluded that the infectivity of some asymptomatic carriers would be weak. Because virus pathogens are measured in nanometers and can pass through the fabric of a mask, droplets are dispersed by the mask out and around the edges of the mask. By what data collection methods and scientific analysis ongoing does the county health department have in place to determine the effectiveness of mask orders? By what, the board certified neurosurgeon, Dr. Russell Baylock, warns that not only do face masks fail to protect the healthy from getting sick, but they also create serious health risks to the wearer. Research shows evidence of wearing masks could lead to hypoxia and/or hypercapnia. Hypoxia being the reduction of blood oxygenation, hypercapnia being the elevation of blood CO2, which is toxic to humans. Hypoxia is associated with impairment in immunity, specifically immunity against viral infections. Wearing a mask of any kind can cause a severe worsening of lung function. Wearing a mask while infected with a respiratory virus, a person is constantly rebreathing that virus.
If you could please work to conclude your marks, please.
Raising that concentration of the virus in the lungs and the nasal passages. So that means that not only are people that have that are infected with a virus, a mask would not only not stop the virus, but would increase the probability of catching the virus and the virus being worsened in those people. Newer evidence is showing that the virus could actually go to our brains through our smell nerves. So we are not only not stopping a virus, and I could quote multiple studies if I had the time. I have 5 to 6 studies done on humans that show that masks do not work and increase virus spread. But the one study that the CDC depends on or boasts that masks are 75% effective was done on hamsters. So I believe that we are not hamsters. We are humans. And the study that they are using was not real world. We have to live in the real world. What are we doing to our children also?
If you could please work to conclude your remarks, please.
The last thing that I would like to speak to is,
if you could please do it within 30 seconds. We just have a lot of individuals who are waiting to speak this evening, so I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. If you could please wrap it up within 30 seconds, please.
Yes. Hundreds of thousands of years of evolution equipped us with reading human faces. We determine emotions, safety factors are recognized in facial expressions, and seeing someone in a mask diminishes that. And I asked the group, what are we doing to our children? I plead that you not only vote no to this mask order, but you just suspend the whole process, because it's completely unconstitutional anyway. None of us should be even following these rules, no matter what, because they're not following the Wisconsin Constitution anyway. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Heidi Wellnitz. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. And if you could please hold your comments to 3 minutes or less, please. Heidi Wellnitz.
Can you hear
Please go
me?
ahead. Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, I just, want to say that if you could not go with this mandate, it would be helpful for so many reasons. I feel like everybody has done a good job stating them, so I won't repeat it all, but I just do not agree with this, like many others, and would take my business elsewhere to other counties. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individuals under the Isley family. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, my name is Renee Isley and I live on Western Drive in Oshkosh. And first off, I would like to thank you all for being here and for listening to all of our comments. And I would like you to vote no on the mask mandate tonight and do a roll call vote, please. I believe we each are responsible for our own health. And if you look at Winnebago's numbers, we are down. I would like to direct you to the Polko poll, sorry, it's a tongue twister, but done by the Wisconsin Newspaper Association. And I know that the city of Oshkosh does use this because it's what they use to help vote for the new playground at Menominee Park. The Polko poll asked, do you support requiring face masks in public? 45% said yes and 55% said no. I think that is a pretty big difference and that the public has spoken. It doesn't show how many people have voted, but that is a poll done by the Wisconsin Newspaper Association, and I just think it holds merit. Now today I had emailed several with questions about the ordinance and about exemptions, and I was a little concerned with one of the replies that I definitely got back. I was asking who would enforce and who would pay for the person enforcing them and what are their qualifications, like somebody else had stated earlier. My biggest thing is, would you rely on your neighbors, turning in your neighbors like you did with the lockdown, where the Winnebago County had a place on the site where you could turn in your neighbors for not obeying the lockdowns? Now, I don't think that that creates any sort of unity among our county. I believe that is divisive. And when I asked that question and I said, those who do not know history are bound to repeat it, I got a reply that said, I don't think we'll rely on neighbors, but if that's what happens, so be it. And I think that speaks volumes to the supervisors that have sent this email to me. I was asking about exemptions and how you would enforce people with exemptions. Would people with exemptions have to refute the fines? Would we be guilty until proven innocent? And I got no answer to this from anyone about that specific question. I did, however, get told that I need to read the ordinance, which I did before I even sent these emails. And basically saying that, oh, this is all good stuff, it's not an overreach and not bullying. Well, in your enforcement and violations, how is it not overreach and how is it not bullying to fine the people of the county and to threaten businesses with suspending their business licenses or permits? Again, I just see this as we don't need a mandate, and the people are speaking volumes either through email or the Polko poll or on this call. Majority are against issuing a new ordinance. And I was told in that email, well, if it's only gonna be in effect for 60 days and if the governor doesn't issue a new ordinance, well, then why do we need it if the state of Wisconsin doesn't and our numbers are down? Please vote no, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next are the individuals under the name Harnesses Guest. Harnesses, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please. The individuals who are at Harnesses Guest.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well, or we can hear you well.
Okay. I'm opposed to resolution 2021 0102. And you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. It's entitled Support for Action on Climate Change, which is being introduced on tonight's agenda by Lincoln County. That's correct, right?
That is not something that is taken up. It's a resolution that was presented to the clerk's office from another county.
Oh, okay. So you won't be addressing that tonight?
No, it's read into the record because it's received from another county.
Okay, okay.
So
Well, in that
you're
case,
correct that the county board would not be taking it up as an issue to discuss or evaluate. You are correct.
how does that get decided then?
A resolution such as this, once again, is received by the clerk's office. And then when it's received by the clerk's office, it can be distributed to a committee of jurisdiction to determine if they want to evaluate it or not.
Okay, great, thanks. In that case, I will just mention real quickly, when Doug Guerin begins a dangerous pattern of arbitrarily exerting his will over every single individual and business in Winnebago County via that mask mandate, my family and I are going to opt to shop and eat in Outagamie and Winnebago, or excuse me, Wapaka counties instead. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Mike Levenhagen. Please go ahead and state your name and address for the record, please.
All right, Mike Levenhagen, 1328 Grand Street, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me time. I am speaking to voice concerns and opposition to the mask mandate, and there's several reasons. One, with the proposal, it says here that the health officer has responsibility to do is reasonable and necessary to abate the threat of transmission. And there's, with the wearing of masks and the mask mandate, it just really does not fall into the reasonable and necessary part of that statute. And when it comes to masks, there's several, and when it comes to masks, there's several documented peer-reviewed journals that clearly express the dangers of face masks. It not only includes the pulmonary fibrosis, and people don't understand, if you have a cloth mask and you wash it to keep it clean, what happens is that loosens up the fibers of the mask. When you're breathing and you're breathing through something over your face and nose, you're forced to breathe harder to get a little more oxygen to keep your body satisfied. You're breathing harder, you're sucking in more fibers through that cloth mask. That also comes to the point then, and it's as you do that, you're susceptible to pulmonary fibrosis. This is peer-reviewed. It's not fake science. It's a peer-reviewed, and it was published in the Journal of Primary Doctor, and they did 4 articles on this. So Dr. Colleen Huber was one of the authors. They also have the idea that masks not only create the danger of pulmonary fibrosis as well as pulmonary pneumonia. You also I have a friend that's a dental hygienist, and they're noticing a high number of cases of bacterial infections coming in to their work, and she has to deal with that because of the increased bacteria that people are breathing in through their mouth. Secondly, I have a problem with reasonable and necessary to abate the threat of transmission when I hear nothing about promotion of healthy lifestyle, vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, diet, rest, exercise, all the things that should help the county of Winnebago's citizens to grow their immune system and be resistant to the harmful effects of a virus and become more resistant to it. I don't hear any of those programs or any of that coming out. I think better resources and effort would be to do those type of preventive programs and use our resources that way to help people make informed decisions about their own care rather than imposing some mask mandate that really is a problem. And you've heard all the other comments with the constitutionality and the ethics of, the county board dictating what's going to happen in this county. I also want to point out that doctors, even surgeons that are wearing masks during surgery, they do have, and again, a 2008 study shows that they have a revealed decrease in the oxygen saturation of arterial pulsations and a slight increase in their pulse rates after they're done with surgery. And that's in the ideal condition of high oxygen, higher. And so it's the other thing that I've noticed when I go to a store and I have to run into a grocery store, I see people that think because they have a mask on, they don't have to socially distance, they're fidgeting with their hands, they're not doing hand hygiene. This is a virus just like any other virus. We should be treating it as far as precautions like we do every flu season, washing our hands, doing proper hygiene, not fiddling with our masks in our face. I guess I would like a more, not these draconian systems, but let's use a well thought out plan, do some risk analysis. I think you've found a lot of people as far as the overall medical costs that could be happening as we continue on years down the road with these mask mandates. You also have the cost of small businesses and large businesses as people move to less restrictive counties to do their business. And it's just another thing that I think we can do a good job of helping, working together and doing that to prevent the spread. But I think we need to have a very planned out, rational, and let's do some risk assessment. Also, if you go to the CDC and actually look at the reports, and you actually look and go down to the scientific reviews, everything that I've seen says that masks may prevent. There's no real scientific study that's peer reviewed that actually demonstrates that it controls the spread of the virus. So in conclusion, I just want to recommend that the board would not be controlled by fear and a lot of things. The other question I have is, I know that WHO and the social media group want to prevent false information from coming out, but there's a lot of good scientific articles that question the validity of mask mandates that are being stifled, and we can't get that information out because of the fact that they want to prevent disinformation, even though it's sound, peer-reviewed scientific information. So with that, thank you again for letting me voice my concerns.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Greg Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. The individual under Greg Guest.
Craig Harness, Breezewood Lane, Oshkosh.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
From talking to my representative several times over the summer and this fall, I know that he's strictly going by the experts' opinions on what we should be doing. So I am going to try to come at this from a different angle and get you guys to question the experts you're listening to. In the mandate that you have now, it states that you can't wear a mask with a valve. So I have an example here of an OSHA-approved mask for mold remediation, asbestos remediation, spray paint booth, you name it. It's good enough for it according to the OSHA, but it's not good enough in Winnebago County to wear for coronavirus. But this free piece of cloth that I got at Lowe's that I can see through, according to Winnebago County, will protect me from the coronavirus. I ask you to question the experts you're getting your information from. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual Greg Lindsay. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Greg Lindsay?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Greg Lindsay, and I live at 5200 Lacrosse Drive in the town of Omro.
Thank you.
I'm gonna read what I have to say here. Regarding the mask mandate ordinance, I urge you to vote no when you vote for this ordinance. Not only does it violate our Constitution, gives way too much power to the county board, but there is no definitive proof that masks work, and some of that has been covered already. Besides seeing countless videos of our so-called national expert, Dr. Fauci, having his mask on 4 cameras when they're on and off when he thought the cameras were off, let me quote to you a conclusion to 8 peer-reviewed studies regarding masks and mask mandates. Here's the quote. The entire premise of mask mandates rests upon the notion of spread by asymptomatic SARS-CoV-2 carriers. That asymptomatic SARS-CoV-2 carriers can and do spread the virus. Yet we can see from a specific study that they quote that infectivity of asymptomatic COVID-2 carriers appears anything but certain. In fact, the study could not find a single infection occurring among 455 contacts of asymptomatic COVID-19 patients. This could be the same one that someone else mentioned earlier, by the way. And so I'm going to finish the quote here. So do masks really work? Should we all wear them? Well, this article didn't set out to make any recommendations for or against using face masks. However, judging from the peer-reviewed science documented above, no one in their right mind should make bold recommendations to use face masks, especially not cloth masks, and definitely not for prolonged periods of time. And therefore, making them mandatory would simply seem insane to any sane person. Yet all mainstream media outlets zealously recommend face masks and cloth masks with prophetic confidence. And due to surgical and N95 mask shortage, authorities, in essence, mandate cloth masks for millions around the world. Even a large portion of the general public have been conditioned so effectively that they often display a form of panic-driven hysteria upon seeing someone not wearing a mask. Yet, anyone following legitimate published science can easily come to a very logical and sensible conclusion to not wear masks to prevent viral infections. Therefore, instead of asking, do masks work, perhaps we and all of you should be asking, should masks be mandatory? And then let me just quote, that's the end of the quote. Let me just quote one last quote from former President Clinton's advisor, Naomi Wolf. Some of you have probably seen it in the news in the last couple of days. Here's her quote. We're at something I never thought I would see in my lifetime, and that is the suspension of the rule of law, and that is when you start to be a police state, and we're here. There's no way around it, she remarked. They are using that to engage in emergency orders that simply strip us of our rights, rights to property, rights to assembly, rights to worship, all the rights the Constitution guarantees. She said that lockdowns have never been done in society, and really we are turning into a totalitarian state before everyone's eyes. I ask that you vote no to this ordinance. To me, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like other people have said already, we are all adults. We can take care of our own health. We don't need the help of the county to do that. If you want to give us advice, fantastic. And by the way, the 3 people or 4 people maybe so far that have said that it's okay that they want this mask mandate to take place. I don't agree with them, but what I do agree with is that if they want to wear a mask, I wish they would. I don't want to wear one. And I think it's our choice to determine whether we should or we shouldn't. And I think the evidence is there. If you look for it hard enough, you'll find it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual under David Guest. David? Under David Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is David Stone. I live on Meyer Lane in Larson.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I'm speaking in strong opposition to passing this resolution. The fundamental premise of government is that your authority to govern is based on the consent of the governed. Moreover, the job of government is to protect our rights, not to restrict them. Those are very, very well-established principles of government. It is becoming very, very clear that you do not have our consent to pass this ordinance. On the previous vote, where the health officer was given the power to enact such an ordinance, the vast, vast majority of the speakers rose in opposition to that. But it apparently fell on deaf ears because that motion was still approved. Now here we are 3 or 4 months later, whatever it is, again with the overwhelming majority of people speaking in opposition to this ordinance. But we're discussing it again. Where does that end? The scientists, the health officials have told us to follow the science, follow the data. Many, many people who have spoken so far have cited studies that do not support the need for this mask mandate. In addition to those studies, simply looking around, the real world data shows us in this county that the trend is down substantially. Again, supporting that there is no need for this mask mandate. So with no consent and no support, no real support scientifically or data-wise for this mandate, passing any kind of this mandate just smacks of doing it because we can and trying to make a political point. That is a textbook definition of tyranny when you start trampling on our rights for no apparent reason at all. I spent 22 years in the Air Force as an officer protecting the Constitution and this nation's rights. Never in my wildest imagination did I think that the threat would come from a county board. I always thought that threat was going to be somewhere external. I'm appalled that the threats to our civil liberties are now coming from a county board that is operating against the consent of the will of people that they're supposed to be representing. I know for a fact, and the board members to whom this applies know who you are. There were a few board members who have been very clear and said they were going to support this resolution. And they said that before they even heard comment from the public. That again tells me that you don't care, those people, you know who you are, you don't care what your constituency thinks. You are operating off some principle that you hold in your own mind rather than representing the people for whom you are elected to represent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marcia, under Marcia Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Marcia?
Hello, I am Marcia Day. I'm from Neenah on Pendleton Road. And
if perhaps you could please move a little closer to your mic, it's just a little harder for us to hear you.
Sure, is that better?
Just want to make sure everyone can hear you.
Okay. I am Marcia Day from Neenah and Pendleton Road, and I am strongly against the mask mandate for many reasons, and I agree with many of the things that people are saying, absolutely 100%. There is no good reason for a mask mandate because it's been clearly proven through numerous studies that these masks are not helping to stop the spread of COVID-19. It's proven. You can look all of those things up, and I thank you all for the different scientific evidences that you've given. But the real reason that I'm staying here and waiting after a long day of work is for our children, because what we're doing to our children is absolutely criminal, what we are doing. We are teaching kids that they have to have a piece of paper or a piece of cloth over their faces to cover the beautiful image of God that they are created in, so that they can somehow protect themselves from sickness or somehow protect themselves or others from sickness, when it is absolutely untrue and a lie. And we are taking the rights of parents away. We are saying that a parent can't have the right to either have their child with a mask on or not have a mask on. That is one of the sickest things that I've ever heard of in my life. And let's just stop and think what we're doing to our children. So if you believe masks are important, wear one. Please do. If you don't think they're important, we ought to have the right not to. And there's nothing sadder. Look around, look at these tiny children with masks on their faces. What will they grow into thinking about the world, about people, about who they are? And so that is the real reason I'm staying on right now. And so please consider the children in this county. Do we love them? Do we care about them? Let the parents decide what those kids get to do with their faces. And furthermore, I would also like to say that I agree that it's not right to trample on people's rights. I do not believe that anyone has the right to say that someone should have to wear one or not wear one, even if they worked, which they don't. And so I'm completely against this mask mandate. I appreciate that we have the opportunity to talk about this. And I appreciate that there are many people who feel strongly that they're helping somebody by wearing a mask. And I respect those people. I have people that I love that believe that. And I respect their right to believe it. But we should not be forced to wear them to live our lives. We are living in the last days, people. The Lord is coming back. This world is never going to be perfect, whether we wear a mask or we don't. But until then, can we at least make it a little nicer for the people around us and keep our rights, and let the children have happy childhoods, and let the parents have the rights to be able to take care of their kids in their own way? And that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker is the individual under Anna Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Anna?
Yes, I just have a few things to say tonight. First of all, I believe that we should be meeting in person.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, when we meet in person, can do the name exchange. You see, the schools are open, so it's kind of time for the board to start meeting in person again. We've kind of had it with the Zoom calls. We're kind of over the technical difficulties. That is such a joke. You know, and anyone else listening in the county, just go to the DHS website. Every week on Thursdays, they post our cases and our deaths in Winnebago County is basically non-existent. So Ramos, when are we meeting in person again? Why do you have to keep this thing up where you do this on Zoom? It's ridiculous. Also, forcing people to wear masks without their consent is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. No health order or emergency order or state of emergency or store policy, none of that supersedes the Constitution. If there's any board members listening, which I can't tell if you are because we're not in person, but if we were, you guys are old enough, most of you, to remember the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Personally, I wasn't born yet, but you were, and it was probably a pretty exciting time of history. That's when it became unlawful to discriminate in places of a public accommodation. A business establishment is legally defined as a place of public accommodation, and business owners may not prohibit entry by discriminating against customers for their medical condition or disability. You guys, I have a child with a brain injury. He will be exempt from this. He will be. But you know who you won't be able to tell if they should be exempt? A rape victim. Have you ever been raped? Anybody on the board, have you ever had your face shoved into a pillow while you're being raped? Has that ever happened to you? Because you could not imagine the fear of putting on a mask or the anxiety that it triggers if you're the victim. So now you've been victimized once, and now you have a pretend health officer designee coming up to you, giving you a citation, further victimizing you. Are you serious? Are you going to have to carry around your medical papers that says you have an exemption? That's not going to work out too good for you folks. So I don't, you could pass it, but I don't think anyone's going to comply with that. If you have more questions about what a sexual victim goes through or a domestic victim goes through, domestic abuse, reach out to a place in Oshkosh called Damascus Road. They can probably educate you on that. Are there any board members out there raising a child with autism? Or are you dealing with a parent right now that has dementia? They are pretty much not going to be welcome in public. People will stare at them. People will harass them for not having a mask. Are you serious? And the community, if you're out there listening, if you think this health officer designee, this pretend health officer person is going to stop 1108, if you think they're going to stop at the mask, you are wrong. This is not stopping at a mask. This is Doug Urine dipping his toe in the 1108 water and that will be used for forced vaccinations in the future. No, we're not being paranoid. We just have a little bit of, insight looking down the road a little bit. The FDA hasn't even approved those vaccines, but this is where 1108 is heading, folks. Also, the health officer, Doug Guerin, with all due respect to your zoology degree, you are not a licensed doctor. So folks, everyone who voted yes for this, everyone who wants to vote yes, you're taking this recommendation from a zoologist. Why? Why are you doing that? Okay, so my advice to all the county folks out there, you do not have to comply with this. Just don't do it. Just take the citation. Okay, just go ahead and take the citation. That will work out fine. You don't have to give them your name or address or your license or anything like that. So if they pass it, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. And thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual under Mary Beth's phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wasn't going to speak at this time. I just wanted to make sure that I was on because I got kicked out and didn't know how to get back on, that you would recognize me. So I don't want to take up anybody's time. I'll speak on this mask order when it comes up.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker, the individual under Jesse Guest. You could please state your name and address for the record, please. The individual Jesse Guest.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but maybe if you move a little closer to your mic.
Sorry. My name is Jackie Steiner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now quite well. Thanks.
Okay, I live at 915 West 5th Ave. And I want to begin by saying I am absolutely against this mandate. We have been over this time and again for months. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of 15 days to slow the spread. Not anything else, just the spread. We have isolated our seniors and our children for almost a year. For what? At the height of our infection in November, with over 7,000 plus cases a day, we had been months into a mask mandate. So to tell me that masks work is garbage. Our numbers have been steadily declining since then. So even after Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving, when people have been congregating without masks, we're still saying that we need to wear them and our numbers never rose. So that seems, I don't know, a little weird to me. I would like a few questions answered before the board votes on this. What is the end game? What do our numbers have to be at before we decide that we don't have to have a mandate? Nobody has answered me this. Nobody has given me their science when I've asked for their science. What's the magic number? Again, we've been at this since March. And then who decides what's an exception? Who decides when it is hard to breathe or what makes it hard to breathe? Is it the person with a physical disability, asthma, heart condition, or is it the person with trauma or anxiety or severe PTSD? What about our young children? How about them? They're forced to wear masks when they go to school. I have personally pulled my children from school and we are homeschooling. My children will not step foot in a public school if masks are mandated. Our scientific data proves over and over that our children are not typically one to carry or spread this disease, yet we make them wear masks for 7+ hours a day. What about those in poverty who can't wash their cloth masks? Let's say that masks work and a clean masks work, but if you can't get to a washer and wash your mask, is it actually safer to wear the same mask over and over again, 7+ hours a day for a week or more at a time? Our hospitals are not overwhelmed. We have less than one person in a hospital in Winnebago County right now with COVID. We are American citizens who are free to make the choices for ourselves. This is oppressive, and I urge all of the county board members to vote no. If the overwhelming majority of the people on this call, which I have been tallying and see, is much in opposition than in favor, and you vote for this, you are no longer representing the people. You are the definition of a tyrant. No business the people you are representing want you to vote no. I might also add that I find it shameful that we hide behind screens because you do not want to be publicly seen with an overwhelming majority large crowd in opposition. It is very easy for many of your constituents to go to another county and spend their money. So I, again, urge all of the board members, even those of you who already have their mind made up with their snarky comments, to vote no.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual under Matt Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Matt Guest.
Good evening. My name is Matt Nicholson. I live at 906 Winnebago Avenue in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, 54901.
Thank you.
This morning I was in the county administration building and had the poetic situation of having Mark Harris walk into the front lobby and had to be reminded to put his mask on by the young lady. It would be nice to see the leadership of this county actually practice what they preach. He chuckled a little bit in a nice manner and he promptly put on his mask, but it would be nice for him to follow through and actually practice what he preaches. In the words of the late great George Carlin did a bit on germs and in relation to immune systems. He talked about swimming in the Hudson River, and of course this is a joke, but dead bodies going by and piles of crap going down the river, and you know what? It inoculated him, not inoculated him, it tempered his immune system, and therefore nobody got sick. He had very few sicknesses because his immune system was very strong. Are we living in a society where adults are expected to be responsible for themselves, or is the government going to take care of all of us? If you're going to take care of us, I have plenty of laundry that I could drop off, and if you guys could come over and take care of my toilets also, it would be much, much appreciated. I might be up for this mandate if you include the other stuff. As for keeping people healthy, if we're so concerned about keeping people healthy, why are there still cigarettes on the market? I enjoy cigars, it's my personal choice, but how many people die from multiple illnesses relating to smoking? Same thing with alcohol. There are many, many, many different ways for people to die from alcohol, from driving to alcoholism all the way through. What are you guys going to do when people like me start getting frustrated enough with you that we start suing the county over and over and over again repeatedly because we are sick of you guys intruding into our lives? You guys are there, you stepped up, I appreciate you guys taking on basically a thankless position. I think that government has gotten to be that way. You guys do have your things that you guys do which are good, but this is way over the line. We are paying attention to how you will be voting tonight, and there is a growing discussion to find people to start running against those of you that are going to vote for this mandate. So please keep that in mind, because we will be paying attention and we will be targeting those people that are voting against this. Voting for this mandate. And if anybody is interested in running, I live in Oshkosh. You're welcome to come talk to me. I don't have it all figured out, but I'd love to figure out how to help people run for office. That's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual Morgan Dart. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Morgan Dart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Lovely. My name is Morgan Bohr. I am at N3694 State Road 73 in Watoma. I absolutely agree with the vast majority of the public speakers tonight who disapprove of this action. I am not a resident of your county. However, I do the vast majority of my business within your county limits. If you pass this, I will have to cease bringing my business and money to your county. This will take my money away from your local businesses. But I will not support a county that blatantly removes the freedom of their residents. I believe that each individual should have the right to their own body and their own choices and their own medical choices. I support those who do not want to wear a mask. However, I also support those who do. I support bodily autonomy for each and every individual. Please vote no and support the freedoms and the overwhelming desires of your constituents. Sorry. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Tim and Joan Patterson. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Tim and Joan Patterson.
Hi, we're both going to speak tonight, so if we could each have time, that would be great.
Please go right ahead. Absolutely.
Joan Patterson, 2430 Parkside Drive. And I'm going to read an email that I sent to the board, so you've heard it once, and I'm really hoping that you'll hear it again. And you'll hear a few quotes that Greg Lindsay also quoted. When there is suspension of the rule of law, we become a police state. Nowhere in the Constitution of the United States does it state that it is null and void in the case of a pandemic. Our First Amendment and our Fourth Amendment rights are being trampled upon by working to enforce a county-wide mask ordinance upon all citizens with fines attached. As of today, February 22nd, there are only 473 new cases countywide. We have roughly 172,000 people in our county, so that is merely 0.25% of the total population of Winnebago County. I can see zero reason to pass a mask ordinance with fines attached. Once again, we ask, which my husband has asked several times in the past, to which we have seen zero answers so far, that you find a way to come alongside the people who elected you and help our county to work through this issue without stripping us of our rights as citizens protected by the Constitution. Remember, it's not science versus personal rights, but both and. I also want to make sure that you do a roll call vote this evening. We want to know exactly who votes which way. There's a few other points I'd like to make. Upon sending this email to several board members, I received from Bill Wingren some pretty snarky responses, which I do not appreciate from an elected official. And I'm not the only one that's received them, and I'd like you to take note of that. One of the things he said is he wasn't going to get into an emotional argument, to which you can read my email, which I just read is what I sent you. And I responded to him with the definition of a police state directly from the dictionary. It is a totalitarian state controlled by a political police force that secretly supervises the citizens' activities. That is a fact. That is not an emotional statement. Next, I want to make note that I tried to contact people who did not have email. I find it shocking that there are several board members who do not have an email address for us to contact them. So I made my first phone call to an elderly gentleman who I had a nice conversation with, and I won't name his name because it was very civil. However, I know he did vote for 1108. He was incredibly confused our entire conversation. I had to repeat myself several times. I don't think he has a clue what you're voting on tonight. And I find that shocking and a little bit scary, but he was a very nice gentleman. There were two other people on this list who we have no way to contact them. They don't give us a phone number. They don't give us an email address. How are we supposed to be in conversation with these people when we have no way to contact them? So we need to know those answers. Other than that, I ask you, do you have anyone in your family who has a difficult time wearing a mask? We have lots of issues in our family, to include a child with some health issues that we're very cautious against. We're very careful to protect her from COVID. But we have another child who has severe anxiety over wearing a mask, severe anxiety. And I would just love it for any one of you who think this is a great idea to come on over and take her out in public and see how easy that is. Karen Powers, I would like to address you directly. I found it incredibly disheartening that you would respond to my email as if you don't even know who I am when you are one of my children's godmother. You know who we are. You know that we're trying to contact you. You know we're trying to communicate with you. Playing small, playing naive doesn't sit well with us at all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I believe Mr. Patterson, you wanted to speak? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm opposed to the mask ordinance, and I would like there to be a roll call vote. Today, my wife got a response from a board member that stated we had more deaths due to COVID than World War II, World War I, and Vietnam combined. And you see, this is a typical example of half-truths that politicians like to tell today. Unfortunately, it seems as though that type of dialogue has entered even in Winnebago County. In truth, when you consider the military and civilian deaths, it's not true. When you consider also how many false diagnoses there have been with COVID, it's not true. As far as I'm concerned, half-truths, which in my opinion are no different than lies. And these are the types of information that I know that has been communicated to concerned constituents. Previously, there were comments made about how many lives could be saved, once again, hanging our hat on inadequate science. I call it inadequate because it keeps changing every other day. To assume that some paper-thin cover, a bandana, or even a cloth mask will provide protection if you are somebody who is susceptible to the virus is fictitious. Any protection that is not sealed, not an enclosed breathing system, provides inadequate protection for those who are at risk. Again, the board is leaning in the wrong direction here, seriously calling to question the board's leadership, direction, and judgment. The board's actions and behaviors so far have only created conflict and divisiveness of the citizens that they serve. And County Board Supervisor Harris and a number of other board members quoting fake science, proclaiming how many lives could have been saved had we had enacted that ordinance earlier, where in truth, there's no way to prove that a mask would have made a difference in any one of these individual cases. But I've made this comment before, and I'm going to make it again. The board is missing the point as to how many lives have actually been ruined by the approach that this board is taking. How many jobs have been lost? How many businesses have been shut down? How many people are feeling shut in, isolated, and depressed because of half-truths? Many of the shut-ins have chosen isolation over hugs. How many overdoses, how many suicides have occurred because of this lack of hope? That is the delta that we need to be considering, folks. Nobody's even talking about this. Hasn't even been a mention of this yet. Not once. You know, I've traveled to other parts of the country. As it so happens, incidents have come up. I've seen drastically different approaches to the reaction of incidents by local officials in other places. Panama City, Florida, pre-Cat 5 hurricane coming in. They lay out the situation. You get the county sheriff, you get a board member, you get the mayor, and they go out there and they're going to tell people the truth about what's going on. There's a storm coming in. We advise that you evacuate. If you remain behind, we can't help you. Nothing but the truth indicated there. After the hurricane is over, those same people are out there saying, look, we are looking for survivors and we're trying to prevent looters from taking over, making it very clear that they're providing instruction and making it very clear that they're taking care of their people. And yet I would argue if we compare these, well, first of all, the other thing is an incident is an incident. The only difference between a hurricane and this COVID is the duration of the incident. It's still an incident, it's still an issue. But instead, we tend to be focusing on the looters here. I'm curious to find out at what point in time has the county board actually been giving those messages of hope to the people, giving them instructions to the people, reaching out to the people who are feeling shut in. Have we diverted any assets, any effort, and assets, I mean financial assets? Have we done anything at all to work with the people who are suffering through this incident? It was my expectation, okay, that my board in my hometown would be more concerned about worrying about those who are disadvantaged. And similar to the comment that the Air Force veteran made, me being an Army veteran, then rather than trying to steal my civil rights and taking my Constitution away from me. This concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Nicole Kay. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Nicole Kay.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. My name is Nicole Kasewa. I live at 437 Silverwood Lane in Neenah.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to thank you for hosting the meeting tonight and for taking the time to hear us all. I know there's lots of us that are out there and we all have different opinions, and I just appreciate the opportunity to express mine. I am chiming in today to ask you to vote yes on the face mask mandate. I also, along with other people, it sounds like, have been reaching out to other board members and have sent some emails. And I know that there's been others too that have sent out emails that are not on this call. So just for those who may be keeping track of who's yes and no on the call, there have been other people who are for it who maybe are not participating in the call too. But in any case, with the back and forth that's taking place at the state level regarding our face mask mandates, more as a politicized sort of thing, it would be beneficial to all community members, businesses, schools, to have a solid and consistent rule to follow. One that puts first and foremost the health and safety of all of the residents in our community, with expectations and consequences clearly defined. And I feel that the proposed face mask order does do this and would provide a sense of long-term stability for our community. We shouldn't forget that it was, just October that our tiny little community was featured for week after week in the New York Times as one of the largest outbreaks in the country. And the Surgeon General of the United States was literally less than 2 miles away from my home, giving speeches, begging people, trying to communicate to the community the importance of following the guidelines, being tested, wearing masks, staying home. And even though the numbers are currently receding, we need to ensure that our community doesn't experience an unnecessary surge again. And putting a mask order in place helps send the message to our community that we are going to do whatever is necessary to avoid being in that position again. I know that our community and many people have said that they just want to go back to living a normal life. And I think that we all feel that. Unfortunately, we are still in a pandemic, and just because we feel like we're done and we're tired of doing the things that we need to do, the virus hasn't changed in the sense that it's gotten weaker. It's still there. In fact, now there's even more variations of it that have been shown to be either more dangerous or more spread faster. And so if anything, we do need to still be vigilant, and we still need to be acting in such a way that that shows that we have care and concern and compassion for the members of our community. We can see, I know that there was just an incident in Omro this past week, just that idea of it being fatigued and and a cluster outbreak that happened there. So I mean, there are still things that are happening as people don't want to wear the masks, they don't want to be out. As a family in our county, we've made several difficult decisions and sacrifices over the past year. We've too have chosen to keep our children home and homeschool them, but not because we don't want them to wear masks, because we did not feel that people would properly wear masks. And being somebody who has a
If you could please work to conclude your remarks.
Yes, thank you. We have foregone lots of things as a family, and I suffer from anxiety. We have health issues, and everybody wants to talk about their freedoms. However, we must not be so free in our actions or beliefs that we interfere with other people's freedoms. And so I urge you to vote yes. I think it sends a clear message that we're still in this fight and we're going to do what we can And I appreciate you listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual under Mary Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Mary?
Hello, my name is Mary King. My address is 575 River Way in Menasha.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank David for expressing my thoughts so well. My remarks are going to be shorter because I am not going to repeat what he said. I absolutely agree with what he said, and I'm absolutely opposed to this mandate. When I last spoke to this body, it was about giving more power to the health department. And I raised concerns about government overreach and what would be the next step. And the folks on the call disagreed with me, and there isn't going to be any more overreach. That's not what's going to happen. Well, here we are. Yes, there is. And this is exactly what happens. And if you even listen to the language of the people who have spoken to support the mask mandates, it is consistently talking about complying. You must comply. You must do what we tell you to do. Someone said people, if you don't have this mandate, people will feel licensed to not wear a mask. They will feel free to not wear a mask. Yeah, people should. This is America. You should be feeling free. I would also point out that with so much disagreement on this issue, and there is on both sides. We've heard it today. I heard it at the last meeting. I've been hearing it for the last year. This study versus that study, people disagree. Fauci, someone pointed out, Fauci can't make up his mind about what is what. 1 mask, 2 masks, 6 masks, no masks. The blatant hypocrisy that was spoken of just here in Winnebago County just a few minutes ago. People disagree. And people have different ways of keeping themselves well and healthy. I would ask you to consider that with so much disagreement, shouldn't you avoid using the force of government to choose a side on such a divided question? Historically, society has peace when people are allowed to make their own choices. And the speaker who spoke just before me, who was talking about that she is in favor of the mask mandate, made my point exactly. She is afraid of being sick, and so she stays home. And she wears a mask. Good, that's what you should do. But your fear of being sick should not impugn on your desire to have something your way should not force me to do something your way. That's not right, and it's not America. And people have been talking about new variants. There will be new variants. The flu and these various types of flus have been going on for years, for decades. We will have new variants. So are we going to be wearing a mask forever? Is that what we're going to do? Every time there is a new outbreak, the swine flu, all the various flus that we have had, every time there is a new variant, are we going to be forced to wear a mask? So are we all going to forever be forced to wear a mask? I want to, I was also brought up about, someone said, I want to be healthy. And I agree. I desire health. I would like to be healthy, but I require liberty. I require the power to make my own choices about my own life and not to be told what to do by people who know nothing about me and know nothing about what is best for me. You can't even decide among yourselves what is best in your own families and within your own friends. What makes you think that you have a right to tell me what to do? And then to say that if I don't do what you want me to do, that you are going to punish me using the government to do it. You're going to fine me. And all the people who have been poo-pooing about things such as that, poo-pooing the people who have called this tyranny, this is exactly what tyranny is. Take some time to review history and see how the worst tyrannical governments have started off. and then think about how that applies to where we are today. And I will close my comments by quoting C.S. Lewis. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victim may be the most oppressive. It may be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may at some point be satiated. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience. I urge all of you to vote no, and I also request a roll call vote. I think it is unconscionable for you to cast a vote to strip the rights of the citizens of Winnebago County and not put your name behind your vote. It is simply unconscionable. So I request a roll call vote as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Katie Campbell. If you can please state your name and address for the record, please. Katie Campbell?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
All right, thank you. And thank you so much again for letting me speak tonight. My address is 614 Wagoo Avenue, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I am obviously against this order as well. And my speeches are a little more objective, so I hope you all have an open mind and listen closely to what I'm about to share with you. There are two modes of thought at odds with each other in our current world. These modes of thought are currently at odds globally, nationally, and here locally in Winnebago County. These modes of thought can best be described in the following analogy. Two fish are swimming in a pond. Another fish swims up to the two, says hello, and asks, "How's the water?" The two fish look puzzled and respond, "What water?" How is mask wearing affecting the water we swim in? Masks are forcing us into camps and tribes of people. Families are becoming divided. Friendships are riding on mask wearing. We have put safety on a pedestal above forgiveness and what is happening to our culture and community as a result. Chairman Ramos, I have respect for you. You mentioned that we are heading down a mountain at last month's meeting. As we go down this mountain, are we cautious of avalanches? Or are we only concerned about our own safety and are therefore distracted? The divide masking is causing is like an avalanche. We are moving towards a very bad situation. I'm not trying to threaten, but I am warning of the climate of the water. The hatred between the people is there, and you guys can deny it, but the judgment and the disconnect in the water is everywhere, like a harmful algae bloom. You told the public last meeting to be patient. Where is the board's patience with others? Where's the compromise on your end, County Board? Where's the cooperation between the government and its people? Or are the people only supposed to cooperate with the government? This seems like an abusive relationship, doesn't it? Do you really think force will help bring our community together? Why is no one talking about this water? Why is no one talking about the division in 2020 and 2021 and what it's causing? Can any of you justify defining realities for others? Do you think your job really pays enough to do that? That seems like something I would not want to be responsible for. And traditional politicians understood that it was not their right to play God. The objective thinker would run from that like the plague. I plead with you tonight, we are in bad water. So be a fish that asks why the water is bad. Many times it's bad because the people who have defined it made it that way. Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein, warned about a science with no moral bounds. She warned about a science and a scientist without moral character. You see, the character of our leaders, what they think about and how they behave, affects the water. Today, it seems that the powerful members of our society believe that people should be determined good or bad based on science. With that logic, we have a problem. Science has become our God. Sadly, it's usually people like that that play God, that lack the character to fix our culture, to heal the water we swim in. It will be the weak and humble that fix the water. It will be the ones calling from the top of the mountain that there is an avalanche coming that will be for others there in the end. Please do not side with power tonight. Side with grace. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. I apologize. Jill Murphy, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Jill Murphy, 2521 Marathon Ave in Neenah. Just about a month ago, I had an experience where I needed to fly from Chicago to Dallas with 5 liters of oxygen. Definitely have an N95 mask to get a life-saving heart surgery down in Dallas. Now, well, I would have died, no doubt, if I had contracted COVID. I did not go around the plane handing out masks and being the mask nanny, making sure everyone had their mouth and nose covered throughout the flight, because I live in America and people have their own right to do their own thing over their own body. Just as I made sure, due to my risk, that I had my N95 mask on over the top of my oxygen. And thank God I'm here today to talk to you guys. This is a successful surgery. In addition to a patient who has some health issues, but now is totally fine, I'm a medical provider. I'm a doctor of physical therapy. I've had 11 years of education beyond high school. I also own MotionWorks Physical Therapy at 1158 West Town Drive in Neenah, Wisconsin. And I have a couple of things I'd like to share with you tonight. I'm a big fan of data and research. My dog really wants to be a part of this, I'm sorry. So I've got some research here. Winnebago County, 174,000 residents, okay? 20% are less than the age of 20, considered not to be at risk for COVID. Another 12 to 15% have gotten at least the first dose of the vaccine, which means in 1 to 4 weeks, they will be immune when they get the second dose. That's increasing by approximately 5% a week based on data from the post-precedent. And the other data is from the Winnebago County website, CDC website as well. 11% of residents of Winnebago County have had COVID. It is assumed by physicians in this area, like the head of Theta Care who speaks about it, 3 to 4 times that number who have had positive tests for COVID probably have been exposed, probably have the antibodies, and are probably not going to get it. They were either asymptomatic or never got the test. So moving down here, I know it's a lot of math, it's getting late, I apologize. So if we total up that number, we have approximately 76 to 90% for residents in the population of Winnebago County that are immune to COVID at this point. We do know with vaccinations being available for high-risk patients, such as myself, that people have a way to protect themselves. It's no longer a dire situation as it was a year ago when, of course, as a healthcare provider, we didn't even have PPE. We didn't have treatments, we didn't have vaccines, we didn't have tests, we didn't have. Well, now we do. So times have changed. And I think it's really important that we stick to the data about and recognize the data that has changed. Of course, we all know the numbers are going way, way down. Winnebago County, and it's an estimate that we need 80 to reach. And so we're already at 76% a week. It's a lot of numbers, but hopefully you'll know. And note that that means that with you as a healthcare provider. Our residents of our county have COVID fatigue. We are tired of it. We are sick of it. If you pass this mandate, you are just pummeling down a population that is already as depressed as can be and are just really tired of it. They're not going to comply. So you're going to be writing a lot of citations. You're going to be pretty busy. Some other notes. We've already tried mask mandates, and we've proven in the state of Wisconsin, thanks to Governor Evers, that they don't work. He put his mask mandate into effect in September, and what happened to cases? Exploded. Obviously, masks don't do it. What would be better as leadership of our county is instead to inform your constituents, those at highest risk, as to what's an appropriate mask to actually prevent them from getting COVID if they are high risk, such as the N95 or the surgical mask. Any other face covering doesn't do anything, especially if you're washing it, but it doesn't do anything.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Rachel Dowling. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Rachel Dowling?
My name is Rachel Dowling. Address is 642 De Pere Street in Menasha.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak tonight as someone who has a medical disability that prevents me from wearing a mask. And I'm speaking tonight to ask you to vote no. I apologize. Governor Evers and the board's proposed mask order has done nothing but make my life exponentially worse. I've been kicked out of grocery stores, confronted by staff, and threatened with arrest. Ultimately, this has resulted with me filing claims with the ADA. What happened to practical things like not touching your face? People's access to medical masks are few and far between. Even Wisconsin state employees are given one medical mask to use and reuse for an entire week, which completely violates OSHA recommendations. As a result, the only thing having the public wear these ill-fitting face t-shirts has done is increase the time someone does touch their face. When did it become okay to practice medicine without a medical degree? The county board's presumption is that the public is sick. By mandating people to wear a mask, you are essentially prescribing something for my health. How do you get to practice medicine without a license? To suggest a monetary fine of $100 to $500 on top of the emotional and economic trials we have faced shows your disconnect to the public you represent. Forcing people to wear a certain item of clothing and then fine us for not doing so is a violation of our 14th Amendment right. My body, my choice. And as our public officials, you have failed us. In accordance to the Wisconsin statutory language, the governor's emergency order has expired. Anything the council does at this point would be unlawful. There is a point at which abiding these orders follows neither logic nor morality. What about all of the American cities that have created sanctuary cities and violated the law by doing so? Looking back at the 1930s German dissenters and Rosa Parks sitting in the front of a bus, our history is full of noble examples of civil disobedience. Again, I am asking you to vote no and eliminate the threat of a mask mandate and fines before civil disobedience is forced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Michelle Stone. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Michelle Stone.
Hi, my name is Michelle Stone, 8409 Meyer Lane, Larson.
Thank you.
Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you well. We could hear you before, Michelle Stone, but I think you turned your camera off and muted yourself. Michelle Stone?
I know, but I can't do anything.
We can hear you and see you well now.
Okay, good. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
In person, this wouldn't be a problem. Okay. I'm going to start off by saying that David is my husband, and while I was not the one that was actually in the Air Force, I moved around with him to several different states, and I fully share every viewpoint that he had because he spent 22 years of his life defending the freedoms of this country, and this mandate is going against everything that he has spent 22 years defending. I just have a few questions. Some of them I would like answers to, but I don't expect to get answers to. I want to know what the hope is. What is to be gained from this? Do you see this bringing unity to the community? Because I do not. And another question I would like answered is, where does it stop? I find it very ironic that the 5 people that have spoken in favor that want you to vote yes, they want you to vote yes because they think everybody should comply and follow what they think should happen. The majority of those who have spoke that want you to vote no, we have no problem with anybody who wants to wear a mask. I find it ironic that the very people that want everyone to comply and wear a mask are the very people that don't want me to make my own decisions. They want to make the decisions for me. They want the government to make decisions for me. Who decides when this is over? There is no clear guidance when, the numbers have been going down, the goalposts continue to be moved. It was flatten the curve, slow the spread. Now it's stop the spread. It's a virus. The spread is never going to stop. It's going to ebb and flow. It's not going to go away. So who's going to decide when this is over? Because I don't want anybody else. I mean, if this continues like this, nobody's ever going to decide it's over because the people who want the control, they're getting the control and the power that they want. So they're never going to say it's over, which means that there is no end in sight. There is no going away. I've already said the virus is not going to go away. It's going to be here. If you want to wear a mask, by all means, wear a mask. I do not want to wear a mask. We need to regain the balance in life. Health didn't used to be, there's the economy, there's healthcare, there's just life, there's laughter, there's family. All of the other things have faded away a year ago and health became the main focus. We have suddenly decided that people should not die by any stretch, by any means. There should be no death. Well, in a perfect world, there would be no death, but this is not a perfect world. People are going to continue to die. They're going to continue to die of COVID. They're going to continue to die of the flu. They're going to die of cancer. People are going to continue to die. I'm sorry for those who have lost loved ones, who've been ill with COVID. But the fact is that wearing a mask and the county board fining people for not wearing masks, that's not going to solve anything. It's going to create more division. I'm from the area originally. I moved away with my husband when he was in the Air Force. I've always thought of the area as Midwestern niceness. That has gone away for a large part because of the division of masks and non-masks. And it's very sad to me because this is my home. This is where I grew up. There can be doctors found on each side of the viewpoint for and against masks. There can be doctors found on each side for and against lockdowns, although I think the for lockdowns is pretty few and far between. So why do the government officials only choose to pick the studies and things that are for what they want, what they think that we need?
If you could please work to conclude your remarks, please.
I will. Government is not my doctor. The government county board does not have the right to decide what I do with my health. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Marlena R. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Marlena R.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Hi, my name is Marlena Ross. I live on Raymore Road in Amro, Wisconsin. I just want to say thank you to the supervisors that responded back to my email today. I do want to state, though, that I did not appreciate some comments by some of these supervisors were not very professional, and quote, one of them said, any citizen who trumps their rights without also realizing the responsibilities to their neighbors and fellow citizens is acting like a toddler, not a responsible citizen. And I am tired of those. Let me just say, first of all, I'm sorry, but we are not trying to trump anybody's rights. We're just trying to say that we have rights and we want them to be considered. Also, our responsibilities to our neighbors and fellow citizens, and if we do not wear a mask, we're acting like a toddler, that is not acceptable. We are not wearing, if we are not wearing a mask, we are not wearing it because we want to act like toddlers and we're not thinking of others. I'm sick and tired of people saying you need to wear a mask, otherwise you're not being considerate and thinking of other people and their health. My health and my children's health does not sound like it's very important to other people if they're telling me that I have to wear a mask for them, but it doesn't matter about my health and how it will affect me and my children if we wear one. Second of all, I also want to say that I know someone personally who has complied with the mask mandate. She has worn one and has several issues where she cannot breathe. She felt like she was going to pass out at school and could not feel like she could breathe fresh air for a couple hours after taking the mask off on her way home in her car. With the windows rolled down, she still could not feel back to normal for several hours. So there are issues that people have, not saying all people have them, but there are issues that some people do have wearing the masks. Also, I want to share, I don't know if the kids are allowed to speak or not, so I had them write down their thoughts on this as well, because I believe it is very important to let our children have a voice in this mask thing going on, in the issues that are going on in our country, because our children are the next generation. They are the ones that are going to step up and do something or not do something in regards to their freedoms when they get to be adults. So I'm going to start out with my daughter, who is 11 years old, and this is what she wrote. I think that masks are unnecessary. They're not good for our health. I have to go virtual. We have to wear a mask even if we have a medical exemption. I would like for things to go back to normal. Our health matters, and if we wear it, it will affect our health. I think you should vote no. And my teenager stated this: this mandate is unnecessary. We should have a choice not for it to be forced upon us. We live in America. It is supposed to be a free and united country. We are being told we have to wear a mask even though some can't, whether because of medical exemptions, religious, or amongst the other ones. We are being divided by one simple thing, the mask. We should at least have a freedom of choice for these masks, for we are getting more and more divided when things like this should bring us together. I'm out of school. I've been out of school and failing because of one thing: the choices the people in this government have made. Not the virus, but human actions. You, the government, should not be abusing your power and telling people what to do and how to do it. We should not be arrested or fined because we aren't wearing a mask and it's against our freedoms, but yet the government and the people still force it. Again, that was by my teenager. He's in high school, having to do school virtually and failing classes because, like Spanish, who can do Spanish virtually very well when you don't have communication with the teacher who's teaching from a computer screen, or your students are not talking back and forth to you in Spanish? I took Spanish in high school, and you needed to have that constant communication and practice with each other, and he is not getting that because of being virtual, because of this pandemic and the mask requirements. How many students are failing doing virtual? Or how many are going to school But like the Amro incident, many high schoolers they closed Amro High School and had them virtual because of COVID cases going through, but they are all mandated to wear masks in Amro. This is outrageous. How many times are we going to keep having this mask mandate? The ordinances come up and we just go round and round in circles. You guys are going to debate on what you're going to do, how you think you should vote, if you have questions with each other for a couple more hours, and yet this issue needs to be just done with already instead of being brought back to the table month after month after month. There have been over 30 people that have already spoke against this ordinance. There have only been 4 or 5 of them that are for. Where are you guys seeing the numbers? Are you even looking?
If you could please work to conclude your marks, please.
Yes. This is very important to our children. It affects their suicide, their depression rates, the drug usage that is going up. So I ask you, when you are going to vote, please think of our children and how this is affecting them. And one last thing, the face is a very important thing for communication. And if we can't see someone's face, that is inhibiting us to be able to know how they are communicating with us. And it's very important to have all aspects of that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Pat Hallquist. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Pat Hallquist. Pat Hallquist.
Okay, hi, I'm here. I'm Pat Hallquist. I live at 2030 Hazel Street in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I want to thank the board for spending this amount of time to listen to their constituents. This has been a hard year, a really hard year for a lot of reasons, but COVID certainly has been the big part of what's made it a hard year. I have friends who've lost relatives. It's hard on kids to do virtual schooling. It's really hard on kids to lose grandparents. Yes, the numbers are going down, but they're still there. If you watch the county health department dashboard, we still have people dying in this county. We still have people getting sick in this county. If you look at the Johns Hopkins interactive map, there's still people dying in this country from COVID. If you look at the information on how we've done compared to other countries that have had stricter measures, including mask mandates, we've had a much larger per capita people dying in this country. The vaccines are going to help, but we have a lot of people left to get vaccinated, and it's important not to give up on the tools that we do have to limit the spread of the disease and limit the number of people dying from this disease. Contrary to what a lot of people have said, the vast evidence is that masks are a useful tool, not just for personal protection, but as source control, meaning limiting the spread of the illness to other people. You can find an article here or there maybe that says what you said. Sometimes I think people aren't reading the articles carefully, but the vast majority of the evidence is that the masks are a useful tool, not a perfect tool. They have to be done with other things, but they're a useful tool. I hear a great concern about people's rights, and I don't know where I heard this from, but there's something like your freedom to swing your fist ends where my nose starts. Okay, so I don't think the county or any health officer is trying to tell people what to do to protect their own health. If it was just an issue of your own health, I don't think there'd be any question. But the thing is, they're talking about the health of everyone who lives in this county, and they're concerned about everyone, not just single individuals. And the matter of fact is the overwhelming evidence is that masks will limit the spread of this illness from an infected person to people who aren't infected yet. We have other laws that do this. So for example, I'm not a smoker, but if I was, I would not be allowed to go into a restaurant and smoke because they've determined that secondhand smoke is dangerous to other people. I could smoke my cigarettes at home, but not in a restaurant. Likewise, I don't drink alcohol, but if I wanted to drink alcohol and go drive drunk on the road, if I got arrested, there would be penalties for that. If I want to stay at home and drink, that's up to me, right? So we have other laws that do this, that say, yeah, if it's just affecting you, you make the choice. But if your choice is affecting other people, we have to have rules about it. So this is really not, an individual right issue. That just doesn't make sense. And there's plenty of precedent for societies and our society in general taking steps to limit the harm that can be done to other people by choices that people make.
If you could please work to conclude your remarks.
I'm asking the board to please vote to approve the advisory order by our county health department as a backup if the statewide mask mandate is somehow not in force anymore. So thank you for listening, and thank you for all you do. And by the way, thank you for the vaccination clinic that was run at Sunnyview. I think that in the long run is going to get us out of this. The more people we can get vaccinated.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Diane Kozer. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Diane Kozer.
Diane Kozer, and I live in Winnebago.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My comments are directed to the board as a whole, even though I realize and appreciate that some of you are opposed to what's being done. A domestic enemy is someone who violates their oath of office and violates the Constitution. The board did both of those things by passing amended 1108 and has become an enemy of the citizens of Winnebago County. Be aware that you will compound your crimes, yes, I said crimes, if you pass and attempt to enforce the health department general face coverings order. The FBI's definition of terrorism, to paraphrase, is the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce the civilian population in furtherance of political or social objectives. Does that sound familiar to any of you? It does to me. It sounds exactly like how you're treating the people you're supposed to represent. The words force, intimidate, and coerce seem especially significant considering your actions in recent months and what you seem to intend to do in the future. Another significant word in the definition of terrorism is objectives. Many citizens, especially what I've heard tonight, have given a lot of thought to what your objectives might be, because it's very clear that they have nothing to do with our health. There is no longer a COVID pandemic in our county, so stop terrorizing the civilian population that you work for. It is not your job to protect our health. That's our responsibility. And I've told you that, and so have many other people several times. Your responsibility is to protect our rights. Are you protecting our constitutional rights with this mask order, or are you violating them? Seems pretty easy to answer that question to me. And the last thing I wanted to say is that masking people is a horribly insidious and harmful practice, especially for children. That's terrorizing defenseless children and causing them physical harm. We, as people, as human beings, are all entitled to breathe air. It is our right. Don't you dare remove that right from us any longer. This is tyranny, and we have lived under it for a year now, and it's only going to continue for as long as people comply. So for all the people listening tonight, the citizens, I ask you to not comply any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker, the individual under Gregerson's guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. The individual under Gregerson's guest.
My name is
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. My name is Paula Gregerson. I'm at 4111 Fairview Road in Larson.
Thank you.
I just, first of all, want to say that, yes, I'm extremely opposed to the mask mandate. But I'd like to say, ask, what is the purpose behind the mask mandate? Why are you doing it? I mean, you say everybody has to mask, and then on the bottom you say, well, we're going to enforce it by all these different measures, okay? But if that's really the case, and is it just a threat, okay? Because if it's just a threat, you're doing it for the wrong reason. If it's really to follow through with it and hire all these people, to fine all these people, you know how much money that's going to cost Winnebago County? A lot of money, like a lot of money, okay? Really, if you really are going to follow through with this, it's going to cost us a lot of money, okay? Now, if you really cared about everybody's health, now let's say masks or not masks, for every scientific study you can find for masks, there's another one that's a scientific study that says it's not, okay? No matter what it is. For one that's for, there's always a study against. There is. Everybody's got their different opinions. If I ask one doctor, he said wear a mask, and I can ask another doctor and he'll say, no, they don't do any good, okay? There's always one or the other, and there is always one side or the other. Now, my other question is, what has Winnebago County and a board done to help the people through this issue for their health? If this is all about people's health, what has Winnebago County done to actually, what we know for a fact helps people's health, as in educational measures on teaching people, you know, good hygiene, washing your hands, improving your immune system, eating healthy. If we care about people's health, why is McDonald's and Burger King still in our county? I mean, science and doctors will tell you those burgers are going to kill you, you know, yet we still have them and we're not shutting down McDonald's and Burger King. We're also not educating people that, hey, this food is killing you. Hello. You know, smoking is killing you. Everything you're doing is killing you. Why are we not educating people using that money? I'm just going to tell you, my recommendation is to vote this down, get back to the drawing board, and figure out how you, as a board, can actually do something to benefit the people and help the people with their health, rather than at the same time taking away people's rights. Focus on one thing, and that is what can we do? Because, I mean, I'm a service user of Winnebago County, let me tell you, and I can't tell you a single thing of effort that Winnebago County money-wise has put in to actually educate people, to improve people to, hey, what should we do outside of wearing masks, period, you know, to improve our health, increase our immune system, how you can do that as a people, hygiene, wash your hands, do this, keep things clean. To people, I mean, nothing in the mail, I mean, meetings that the general population can come to, hey, how can you be good to help yourself, to be healthy? That maybe we wouldn't have a problem with so many viruses if people's immune system was up there. But I don't think the county has done anything to help with education, preventative measures when it comes to the viruses. So I think you should look at that if you really cared about people's health, rather than just, oh, let's just put all this money into telling everybody they have to wear a mask, and then we're going to pay all this money to try to enforce it, because people are tired of it. They're not going to do it. That's going to cost a lot of money if you're actually going to follow through with this and enforce it. So common sense says, shut it down, go back to the drawing board and say, hey, how can we better utilize this money to improve people's health and education in preventative measures? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Next speaker is the individual Bernie Guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record. Bernie?
Did they call me?
Yep.
Oh.
Please go ahead. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yep, this is Bernadette Lather, 5452 Broderick Road in Omro, Wisconsin. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I have been working in healthcare for over 30 years, and the last 21 in the emergency room. I find that there is a real lack of understanding and information in the public about masks in general. Pre-COVID-19 in many countries, including the United States, at no time was it recommended healthy people who move around in public should wear a face mask. When the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic struck, the World Health Organization and others originally stated masks were unnecessary. Soon after, masks were expected to be worn by healthcare workers to take care of the ill, especially those with symptoms, then eventually all patients regardless of symptoms, and then eventually the public at large. The expectation was for masks and subsequent lockdowns so that we could flatten the curve and not overwhelm the healthcare system. Coronaviruses, though, I need to let people know, are not new. They've been around for centuries and continuously undergo genetic mutation so that countless variants are generated. Many infected individuals remain asymptomatic, others experience mild symptoms like cough and fever and joint pain, and others experience severe illness, which occurs mainly in the elderly and can take a fatal course. But even the common cold is a type of coronavirus in many instances, and this can kill you if you are frail. It's not new that, or not newly known, that respiratory illnesses kill many during the fall and winter months, and the overwhelming majority of victims are in long-term care facilities, hence our elderly. Back to the masks. It may seem that wearing a mask is simple and cost-free, apart from some minor discomfort, but it promotes a false sense of security and does not come without complications. There is definitely a very clear lack of evidence that people who are not ill or not taking care of somebody who is ill should wear a mask to reduce COVID-19 transmission. At best, the experts can only conclude that it may help to slow the trajectory when someone breathes, coughs, sneezes, talks, sings, etc., and only if people are using them correctly. Virus particles are incredibly small, like 0.1 microns. They are 50 times smaller than bacteria. The N95 mask, which I wear in the hospital when taking care of symptomatic patients, can filter down to that 0.1 micron with a 95% efficiency, hence the name N95. Non-medical masks, which is what the majority of people wear, has a very low filter efficiency. So let me just give you an example. If you're not wearing an N95 or other type of respirator mask, it's like throwing sand through a chain link fence. Some of the sand may hit the fence and fall down, but the majority of it's going to get through. This is just like the coronavirus with masks. Cotton masks are associated with a higher risk of penetration of any kind of microorganism, up to 97%. So again, not very helpful. Not all masks are created equal. Once wet, the effectiveness in filtering any particle really decreases drastically. In essence, it would need to be changed immediately. And this can happen just from your breathing or from perspiring. The kids who play sports have masks that are dripping wet within minutes of game time. So essentially they are rendered useless. If the mask is touched without first washing or sanitizing your hands, it is useless. And the majority of people touch the front of their mask, AKA useless. They would need to get a new one. Most people don't even know how to take the mask off properly. Where do most people even put their mask when they take it off to eat or drink something? A purse, a backpack, around your elbow, maybe under your chin, on the table. All useless and now contaminated, warranting a new mask. Gaps at the side of the mask or around the nose render the mask essentially useless as well. Yes, the trajectory of my sneeze or cough might not come right at you, but the virus still gets
to conclude your remarks, please.
Oh, well, I have a few more. But anyway, they dehumanize us. I could go on and on. Masks should be a reminder not to touch your face, eyes, nose, mouth until your hands are washed or sanitized. But I see people touching their faces even more now. Many are doing it without realizing it, then touching something else, and there you have the spread. My best recommendation is not face masks, but hand washing, as it has been for over 30 years since I've been in healthcare. There's a lot of talk these days about people being required to wear masks as a condition for reopening businesses, churches, schools, to get on a plane. It is said that masks are part of the new normal and to accept that without question. If reopening society is contingent on wearing a mask, we will end up creating two classes of people: those who wear masks, hence those who really care for the safety and welfare of others, and those who don't wear masks, hence those who are uncaring, dangerous, and disrespectful. This will result in a new form of discrimination. People who resist masks are often accused.
Please work to conclude your remarks, please.
Yep, probably just one more minute. People who resist masks are often accused
If you could please work to conclude your remarks. We have 7 other people. If you could please wrap it up in the next 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, people who resist masks are often accused of being selfish and caring only about their own freedom. Well, While that might explain the actions of some, it is not the consensus of the many who have worn the masks for longer than is necessary. Nearly all of our responses to COVID-19 have required us to balance one concern against the other. There are health experts on both sides of the coin.
If you could
And
please work
again,
to conclude your remarks, please.
yep, there seems to be a growing culture of safetyism where the safer we become, the more
I'm
intolerable.
asking you nicely if you could please conclude your remarks. Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Lubke. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Brian Lubke. Please go ahead, sir.
Brian Lubke. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Brian Lubke, 1710 Elk Trail Drive, Neenah, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
So just I emailed you several of you last week that published your email addresses, and I thank you for that. I also thank you for serving. It is a thankless job. I do understand that. I don't want to go down the constitutional rat hole. That's what the vote 2 months ago was about. You guys chose to, stomp on our constitutional rights already. So that ship has sailed unless some of you have the courage to revert back and bring that vote back up, which would be a very noble thing. I want to get into just the data of the mask order. So when I was in school, there's this thing called the scientific method. The process for the scientific method is you, 1, define a question, 2, gather information, resources, 3, form a hypothesis, i.e. a study, 4, you test the hypothesis, 5, you analyze the data, 6, you interpret the data and draw conclusions, and 7, you publish the results. I took the effort to email every one of you several charts and provide source data for it, showing in several states and countries that face coverings do not work. The most stark has been referenced several times in this meeting is the state of Wisconsin. Mask mandate took place in May. Cases went through the moon in July and August. That's just data. You can't argue that data. As part of the scientific method, the science you're supposed to trust, masks went in place in May, and then they went through the moon. It's just data, people. I don't know what you just don't see. And there's plenty of states like that. I also, so the other states were California, Hawaii, Texas, Georgia, and European countries, Italy, the UK, France, Belgium, Spain, and Germany all had that same thing. That is raw data. Now we can lean on our hypotheses. The studies from 4 months ago, they were wrong. They were dead wrong. That's just the data. So data trumps science, in my opinion, if the science doesn't use the data. I also provided, and I appreciate you all that read the emails I sent, and also those that took the kindness to respond. I did not take kindness to Karen Powers calling it a meme, responding back in 10 minutes. I showed her the source data, gave her 6 days to reply, and she did not reply. It was extremely unprofessional. I also then yesterday provided 2 more graphs showing Arizona and Florida, I believe, who both don't have a statewide mask mandate, but do have counties that have mask mandates. So they could side by side show the data of counties that had mask mandates in those 2 states versus ones that didn't. And they were in dead parallel. The bottom line is the data shows that they don't work. Masks might, mask mandates don't. N95 masks might, mask mandates don't. So why would you take this data and yet still choose to trample on our rights? That's all I have time for. I appreciate you all taking the time for us tonight and giving us a voice.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Matt. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Matt Nicholson, 906 Winnebago. I spoke briefly earlier. I'll speak even briefer now. 2 things. One, in the words of my wonderful mother-in-law, who is 91 years old, get busy living. or get busy dying. We just took her out for a nice weekend, and she was adamant about going out. That's impressive for a 91-year-old woman. Bill Wingren, hey, by the way, you were at the top of our list to take out of your seat. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Gretchen Schilder. So we have 3 more, and then we will go ahead and close public comments. We have 3 more individuals. It looks like we have 4 more. So Jenna Schubert will be the last individual to speak. I see she jumped in. So Gretchen Schilder, you're next, and then there'll be 3 others. We'll end with Jenna Schubert. So please go ahead, Gretchen Schilder.
All right, my name is Gretchen Schilder. I live on Raymore Road in Omro.
Thank you.
I'm quite certain that pretty much everybody has covered everything that I wanted to talk about tonight as well. And so I don't think I need to continue to beat a dead horse, because hopefully the Board of Supervisors is listening and paying attention. I don't know. I don't know that because we're not able to meet in person. So maybe I do need to beat the dead horse, but irregardless, just a few questions, same as everybody had. Where does this end? How flat do we need to get the curve in order for us to not have a mask mandate? We're back down to where it was before Governor Evers ever even put the mask mandate in place. And so why do we need to continue to go with a mask mandate at this point? I don't really understand that. Do we have to be at 0 in order for there to be mandates and stuff that are taken away at that point? And then who gets to decide that? Does the board get to come back and vote on this and have a discussion about this all over again, so that you can listen to us all over again before you decide, you know, that you're actually going to give everybody back their freedom and their liberty that we should have had in the first place? And then why are these county health professionals, the health department, Dr. Fauci, you know, we hear about them saying, wear a mask, wear a mask, wear a mask, wear 2 masks, wear a whole box of masks. But have I ever heard Dr. Fauci or any of our local health officials actually talk about how we can all boost our immune system so that we can get over this and not actually be afraid of this? Because it's a cold, like the emergency room doctor had said. And yes, you're not going to fare well if you don't have a decent immune system. So why aren't these health officials, why aren't these professionals telling us how we can boost our immune system so people don't have to be afraid of this? We can get through this. There are other ways that we can prevent the spread, but we're not mandating that. We're not mandating that people stay 6 feet apart. We're not mandating that people are not allowed to hug each other or show any type of physical contact in public. But we have to mandate something as personal as obstructing our airways, and so that we can't breathe air and we're breathing back in our own bacteria. I just don't understand that. The government doesn't have to mandate our health. You've given us information as to what we can do to stop the spread, other than protecting our immune systems, which would be even more important. So we have the information. Please trust that we are just as smart as you are as county officials and as those that we've put in place. And please trust that we can make the right decisions, and you can give us the information and we can choose to make those decisions on our own. So I'm just asking that you guys vote no for this. I mean, what price do we actually have to pay for safety? You know, there's risks to everything in life. You need to let us start living our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. So just so everyone's on the same page, we have 3 more. The Badgleys, Jenna Schubert, and then Sawyer Abby's Adventures will be our last speaker in public comments. They actually had buzzed in and out, I saw, so that rather than Jenna Schubert being the last, Sawyer Abby's, who had already been in the queue, will be the last. So first it's the Badgleys, then Jenna Schubert, then Sawyer Abby's Adventures, then we will conclude public comments this evening. So first, the individuals under the Badgleys at guest. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Monica Badgley, and I'm on Woodland Place in Menasha.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes. As somebody with a disability, I'm retired from federal service with a disability, and I'm on Social Security as well. And through the COVID restriction process this past year, I have been asked and I've been told to leave grocery shopping and leave when I'm just checking out at the cashier register. And I've been told that I'm not welcome to come into the store because I'm wearing a mask, but I can only cover my mouth. I can't cover my nose and my mouth at the same time due to my disability. I've been told that there is pickup for people like me. And I've been told that these are new corporate policies and all these different things for different businesses. I'm finding that it's more and more challenging and difficult to be able to conduct normal business for my family. Just again, going out and being able to grocery shop, as I mentioned, being able to walk around my neighborhood without there being some sort of issue that arises from that, where people, again, see me as a dangerous threat to the livelihood of the rest of the population in our county. And that's unfortunate, considering that I legitimately cannot wear a mask. I've also been told by non-medical professionals that I can, in fact, wear a mask, and which is obviously, you know, they're not qualified to say so. But a bigger issue that I've had with all of this, and that I'm really concerned for other people that perhaps have disabilities as well, those who choose not to wear a mask because they are healthy and they don't have a compromised immune system, whatever the case may be, is really when they need to actually get in to see their practitioners. So I have not been able to go into my doctor's office. I've tried on a few occasions. I have been asked to leave by a phlebotomist, by a nurse, by a scheduler. And although my primary and my neurologist both are willing to see me and understand that I can't wear a mask, and they obviously understand why, unfortunately, they've let me know that due to the certain climate right now, that they're afraid of other patients, losing other patients, and lawsuits being filed and levied against them if they see me sitting in the waiting room wearing a mask just over my mouth. I haven't been able to do blood work, get my lab work done for my illness either. And it's just, I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived overseas. And again, like I said, I was a federal employee and a former diplomat. And this is the type of treatment that I experienced as a woman in the Middle East. And with a disability. I mean, honestly, the ignorance that people have in trying to tell you what you can and cannot accomplish or do is really sad. And so as we continue to see these mask mandates go out, I really think that people need to have some compassion and understanding that 100% compliance for something is not realistic, that there are legitimately people who can. And even if they think that's rare, they're also asking 100% of the population to make accommodations for a small, rare percent of the population that is highly affected. And again, I'm part of that vulnerable population. So I'm speaking as somebody who has these experiences, has a disability, cannot work because of that, has a compromised immune system, and as somebody who cannot wear a mask. So that's all I had to say right now, but we appreciate what you guys are doing, and we hope that you vote no against this.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jenna Schubert. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please. Jenna Schubert, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jenna Schubert. I live at 29 Abilene Street in Oshkosh. You guys have all heard a lot of very legitimate fears from your people tonight, and I hope that we can hear a real dialogue from you guys about some things that have been brought up here. What are we going to do about people with disabilities? I mean, that's a huge issue right now. And can we talk about the fact that someone compared breathing to drunk driving? They compared breathing to smoking a cigarette in a restaurant, and how unbalanced these comparisons are is just my biggest issue with this is that our family already got COVID last year. We were quite ill. It was not a good experience. I'm sure a lot of people here have had COVID. I personally know quite a few people who have had COVID. I know more people who have had COVID than who haven't had COVID at this point. So now a large majority of your county is going to be forced to wear masks and maybe even fined when we've already had the virus. I mean, many of us have robust antibodies to boast of. I mean, so would an antibody card fix that? Would an immunity card fix that? I mean, can we start cutting down on the people who are wearing masks unnecessarily? I know that there is literature out there that says that certain people have been reinfected. It is possible. But if you search PubMed, if you look at the CDC website, this is a rare occurrence. This is not the typical. This is not something that's happening. I mean, it happens so infrequently that we just don't even really have data about it. So with that said, I will probably not be catching this again or spreading it again. And yet perfectly healthy, immune people are being asked to wear masks. Why? So under this mandate, people who have already had the virus, who have immunity to the virus, and we're not talking about vaccine immunity, which, I mean, the studies on that are inconclusive, really, on whether it even protects against transmission. This is real immunity that can be tested in our bloodstream. So what's really going on here if we're asking people who are probably not getting this again to wear masks? Is this really a political stunt? Is this about the psychological welfare of our community? Or is this really about science? Is this really about protecting the community? Because that's not what it feels like at this point. I really hope that you guys address this and talk about this. Because I'm not saying that people can't get it twice, but if you've read the literature, and I know Chairman Ramos, you have a medical degree. I mean, you can see the literature out there. I mean, at this point, why are we still trying to mask up people who are healthy and immune? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I hope you guys discuss this. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. So one last speaker, it's actually Angie Peterson. The other individual signed off. So Angie Peterson, you're the last speaker in public comments. Please go ahead and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Angie Peterson. I live at 833 East Capitol Drive, and I am against the mask mandate. Just going back to last year, I'm sure like many of you, when we first started hearing about this, we were really concerned. And I remember we had a trip to celebrate our 20th anniversary plan to Mexico. We had to cancel that in March. It was late March. You know, our family stopped going to church. When I would go to the store, I would mask up, obviously, but when I got home, I would change my clothes and throw them in the washing machine. I really was very concerned about what this virus would actually play out and do. And I certainly wanted to protect my neighbors, my family, my community, and be part of the solution. But fast forward a few months later, as we're getting more information and doctors were starting to discern and speak out against some of the narrative that was being publicized in the news, I mean, basically 24/7. I started to dig in, also just researching, you know, the pandemic of 1918 and how this seemed to be a lot different, you know, in terms of deaths and impact on our community. At any rate, during those first few months, I was even at the mall when it shut down. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it just seemed so surreal, everything that was happening. And I think a lot of people who might be on this Zoom call, you probably felt the same thing. It just, this whole situation was just so surreal. And we definitely wanted to do our part to make a difference. But at this point, fast forward a year later, We have so much information now, peer-reviewed journal articles talking about how we can treat the virus. We have peer-reviewed articles about the effectiveness of masks. You might see my screensaver there. We had pulled a box out of our closet that was probably like 5 years old that we probably bought to protect from when we were sanding wood or something. And it said right on the box, does not protect against COVID. And, you know, I just think if way back then, boxes were having that disclaimer on it, it just was mind-boggling to me that we're still having this discussion about, is that mask effective? I think the answer is no. A couple of people have pointed out, if you go to the CDC website, you can see the tracking of the cases per month, and you can see how it spikes. You know, it spiked during November and December, and it started coming down. Well, we wouldn't be seeing those variances, because I tell you, I was wearing that mask, and then come like May, I said, you know what, I'm not going to wear that mask, and I am going to go to church, and I am going to hug my family and my relatives, and I'm going to go visit them, because this really is not making a difference. And I'm just sad that at this point we're still having this conversation, because at the end of the day, the only thing that it's creating is more divisiveness. And to answer Jenna S's question, what is the point of this? Well, I think it's to usher in a mandated vaccine. I think this is just a step in compliance. So that's my opinion. I also just want to talk about, you know, in some of my research throughout the course of the year, back in March and April, it was very interesting because I was watching what they were doing in Washington. And I don't know if your county board members have looked into this, but the federal government was funding hospitals and reimbursing them, and nursing homes and other medical establishments to help them with the costs associated with COVID. It was part of that COVID relief. And so for every positive case, they were reimbursed a certain amount of money. It was a tiered system. If they were hospitalized, they were reimbursed a larger dollar amount, in the thousands. If they had to be put on the respirator, they were even reimbursed more money than that. So there was an incentive, I think, for hospitals to have positive cases. And not necessarily, I'm sure they didn't want to hospitalize people if they weren't needing hospitalization, but certainly to have positive cases. The CDC even had a study come out that said 30% of the cases that they thought were positive were not positive. Even recently in the past month, they conceded that
Could you please work to conclude your remarks, please?
Yes, they were.
Thank you.
I'm the last speaker, and I really appreciate you guys staying late.
Absolutely, thank you.
You know, I'm just really trying to provide some other information that other people didn't present, because it's important to follow the money, especially when politics is involved. Well, one other point I want to make is just about back in March, the federal government, Congress allocated almost $100 million to all those vaccine companies, AstraZeneca.
I think you muted yourself, actually. You have to unmute yourself now on your end. It looks like somehow.
There we go.
There you
it
go.
Popped up for me to do it. Thank you.
Right.
At any rate, it's, you know, there are a lot of people profiting from this, including a lot of big businesses. I mean, look at Amazon. Their increase in sales last year from people ordering at home, over $1 billion in addition to their normal. And their sales have been growing year by year exponentially, but last year was over $1 billion. And I went down to the bank to get something notarized, and it was just our corner Wells Fargo. And I was talking to the banker there, and he had told me, he was, you know, heavy heart. He has had to sign papers to help over 200 businesses shut their doors permanently. And so it's affecting us on such a large scale. But as far as the mask mandate goes specifically, I'm a huge no for it. the science shows they're not helping. And I just would ask you to look into some of that peer research data to support the science and the data that's now available to us, and reconsider. But I also want to just point out, even beyond what we can see, if we shut off the TV and we're not listening to that constant message of what's coming at us to grow our fear and keep us in a state of anxiety and fear, when it really boils down to the brass tacks here, it goes against our Constitution. It also goes against the Wisconsin Constitution and the statutes. I know on your website you had shown which statutes in Wisconsin support it, but I don't see how that can be, because even looking at Wisconsin statutes, you have Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution, and you have, I'm just looking at my notes here.
I'm asking you kindly to please conclude your remarks.
I'm almost done. I need 30 seconds. There's Wisconsin Statute 448.03, practicing medicine without a license, which people have gone into. Wisconsin Statutes 946.69, Wisconsin Statutes 106.52, which provides free and equal access to public accommodations for all of us, even if we cannot wear masks. There's Wisconsin Statute 106.52, Wisconsin Statute 106.52 with individuals with disabilities. Individuals with disabilities or medical conditions have the same right as the general public to the full and free
Thank you. I
use of
appreciate your comments. I'm going to conclude now. We're going to close public comments. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. That was the last speaker in public comments. Certainly appreciate all the comments and input and involvement this evening. Certainly recognize it's a challenging issue for everyone. So with that, we'll close public comments and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and that's correspondence. So for that, I'll call on Clerk Ertmer. Please go ahead, Clerk Ertmer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a notice of claim from Christopher D. Turner for injuries and damages while he was an inmate in the county jail due to COVID-19. That's referred to personnel and finance. And then there's another notice of claim from a Christopher J. Alexander, claim for injuries and damages while he was an inmate at the county jail due to COVID-19, referred to personnel and finance. You do have a number of resolutions this evening. They'll all be referred to the legislative committee. First one was from Kenosha regarding resolution supporting the Commitment to Veteran Support and Outreach Act. Another one from Lincoln County, support of increased county child support funding. Another from Lincoln County, resolution expressing Lincoln County's support for action on climate change. You have a resolution from Outagamie County that refers to multiple resolutions, but it's in support of a reauthorization of the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program. Like I said, it's got multiple resolutions referring, but it's all on the same subject. A resolution from Polk County to support a nonpartisan procedure for the preparation of legislative, congressional, and redistricting plans. Another from, one from Price County, support legislation to align detention hearing deadlines in Wisconsin statute chapters 48 and 938. And then another from Price County, revise Wisconsin Act 67 to return authority on conditional use permits to local control. And again, they're all referred to the legislative committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Ertmer. Next, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Any reports from any county board members from commissions, committees, and boards? I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
I'll make it quick. We got a lot to do yet. Two things on aviation committee. We will be meeting March 3rd at 8:30, our regular monthly meeting. And the other thing is the new facility out there is coming along fine. Learned today that they're looking at moving in our director and maintenance June 7th. So looks like it'll be finished on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Safe Streets Committee met for the first time this year, earlier this month, and we elected the new chair. And the new chair of the Safe Streets Committee is Winnebago County Court Commissioner Brian Keberline. And they will be meeting again in May, but we are also going to be looking at seeing what we could do about increasing memberships with the Safe Streets Committee. That includes not just either people that work for the county or county board supervisors, but also possibly looking into getting citizens involved with the Safe Streets Committee to get some more community action, and including possibly somebody who has been formerly incarcerated too. So just wanted to let everyone know that. I think the next meeting for Safe Streets is in May, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. I apologize. I think I missed Supervisor Wingren. Any reports from committee, commission, and board from Supervisor Wingren? Or any other supervisor?
Chairman Ramos, I
Please
can't
go
find
ahead.
my raised hand.
Please
This
go
is
ahead, Supervisor Snyder.
Okay, thank you. Just quick latitude, quick report. First of all, thank you all for your well wishes and prayers. On January 18th, I was taken to the emergency room and diagnosed with gallstones. Went back in on the 20th, and my surgeon said, yeah, we'll poke a couple holes in you and take out your gallbladder and send you home this afternoon. But as part of the pre-op, the thingy goes up the nosy, and I was diagnosed positive for COVID. I probably was denying it and knew it because I had lost all sense of taste and smell. Bottom line is the next 10 days at least have been hell. But I'm on the road to recovery, and my surgery for my gallbladder is March 11th. All of us who have been listening tonight about COVID, there are many horror stories, but I just want to add a couple of them to them from personal experience. First of all, as part of my continued recovery, I occasionally experience waves of overwhelming fatigue. I just want to curl up in a fetal position and sleep till it goes away. Luckily, these are becoming less lengthy and further apart. But even scarier than that is COVID brain. I will occasionally, right now, be sailing along through my limited day. I'm still housebound until the 11th. And all of a sudden I'll like blink my eyes, and it's like the marine layer comes under the Golden Gate Bridge. And when I open my mind or open my eyes, it's like I envision dementia to be in the future. It is horrible, people. Just horrible. Respect this disease. Again, these are becoming fewer and farther in between and less lengthy in duration, but they're still there. They are still there. So I ask that every one of you respect this disease and do what you/we can to eradicate it and control it. Thank you. Sorry for barging in, but.
Thank you, Supervisor Snyder. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tell the board about a process that is beginning that's very important to all of us. As you know, every 10 years a census is taken. The results of the census this year have been delayed. We're not sure exactly when they'll be in, but it'll be much later than we thought. And that means that we need to begin the process of redrawing district lines, county board district lines, to even up the population in each one. That will involve 2 steps. Number one, the first thing is to determine the number of seats that this board will have. And that can be done by a vote by the board or by a citizen vote, a referendum. So the first thing is to decide the number of seats for the board. The second, then, once the census results are in, we'll use the GIS department to draw maps. Depending on the number of seats on the board, each district will have to have an equal population. Our committee has worked long and hard to determine the process. I think we have a good one. The first thing we've agreed on, and we feel very, very strongly about this will be a nonpartisan process. We're not going to fall into the gamesmanship that we see played out in Madison and Washington. Nonpartisan right down the line. And no personal agendas. No member of the committee will be able to push a personal agenda. The process will be open, it will be honest, and it will be accountable. So the first decision we need to make then is the number of districts to make up this county board. We hope to have that done in a couple of months. So I'll tell you more about this in the next meeting, but we'll be thinking about this and be thinking of a way you would like to indicate your preference or your suggestions for how this decision will be made. We're open to listening to all of you, and we look forward to hearing your opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Next speaker is Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's add on to what Supervisor Wingren. I know the WCA has had a couple of webinars on this subject. I think one is this Thursday. And I will tell you that the Calumet County Board at their meeting last Tuesday got reports that they don't think that they'll get the numbers to do redistricting until next September or later. So I'm just giving that food for thought and wonder if Mr. Wingren and his committee may want to be part of those WCA webinars.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll close that portion of the meeting and we'll move on to the next item, which is the approval of the January 5th, 2021 special orders and January 19th, 2021 board proceedings. Is there a motion?
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the proceedings from the January 5th and the January 19th, 2021 county board meetings. Any discussion, any changes? If so, any county board supervisor just raise their Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll then do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And if any supervisor is a nay vote and uncertain, then just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand at that time and we'd certainly call on you to verify. Thank you.
This is Tom Snyder, District 35 again.
Yes.
I can't find my raised hand, but I need to abstain since I was unavailable for the January 19th meeting.
Very good. We will mark you as an abstention, Supervisor Snyder. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Chuck Farley, District 30. I don't have a Zoom hand either.
Okay. So what we'll do, Supervisor Farley and Supervisor Snyder, if you don't have a Zoom hand for the both of you, if a situation comes up, go ahead and open up your mic and say point of order to me, and we'll make sure we clarify anything either of you need.
Thank you.
Chairman Ramus, this is Cox.
Yes, Supervisor Cox?
Yeah, I was unable to vote, and I don't have a Zoom hand either.
Okay, so you would only need to raise your Zoom hand, just so clarification on the voice vote, if you were a no vote, and we wanted to make certain that we recorded it, that we didn't miss anything. Very good.
I don't know. On mine, all you gotta do is hit the more button, and then you get the option for the Zoom hand. It's all the way over to the right-hand side, hit the more, and then there's a whole screen that comes down and it says raise hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Very good. All right, so the motion passed though for both of those minutes. So we'll move on down to the county executives report, followed by the county executives appointments. For that, I'll call on Executive Harris.
Thank you. The Human Service Department has asked me to inform the board about some changes they're making within their budget. Not changing their budget, but making some additional allocations within their budget. And it's a result. I had requested of them that they survey the needs of local organizations. And they actually did this last year as well, giving additional money to certain organizations that they thought were critical in the pandemic effort. For instance, they tripled the normal $5,000 allotment to the day-by-day warming shelter. But the needs that they identified where they felt additional money should be applied, but from within their budget, was the day-by-day warming shelter in Oshkosh, an additional $5,000. Pillars in Appleton, which is a warming shelter at the north end that serves the Neenah Menashe area, an additional $5,000. The Salvation Army, an additional $2,000 for meals prep and homelessness. And then a number of senior citizens as well were receiving small additional amounts for programming that they do. One of the things they concluded, though, that there wasn't the level of need that they expected yet. You know, our unemployment's still very close to 4%. There's a lot of federal money in bonus unemployment and various programs flowing in. But I am sure that there's going to be an enormous expansion of needs once the foreclosure eviction moratoriums end, and we have to be prepared to deal with those situations. After that, I do want to talk a little bit about what we've heard today, and we've heard a lot of different information, but there's at least a couple things that I feel compelled to address. It's the state statutes that compel the health department to address and protect the public health. Over the last century, on numerous occasions, the right of public health departments and health officers to issue orders has been taken all the way up to the US Supreme Court. And the US Supreme Court has consistently upheld the right of health departments to issue those orders. That's what determines, that's the final determinant of what is constitutional and what is not. It's consistently been determined to be constitutional. I don't doubt the sincerity of the people that spoke to the contrary, but it has been upheld by the Supreme Court on numerous occasions. Okay. Then just one more point. What we're trying to do here is when the state legislature tried to knock out the governor's mask order, and knowing that there is three court cases in the Supreme Court, one that's already been heard, but where no order has been issued, and two that have not been completely heard yet or pled, that there's a real risk that the state mask mandate might be struck down. And by the way, that mandate is currently in effect, and it currently has fines and penalties in it. We've tried as much as possible to duplicate the state's current mask mandate within our rules. And our intent is to simply prevent a gap in time where the state mask mandate might be struck down before the county can react and put up their own mask mandate. And our goal is hopefully to reduce the time that this pandemic drags on, because it's our belief that continued mask policy will help us bring this to an end. We certainly are having less cases in the county, less cases and less deaths, but we're not out of this by any means. We've had 10 deaths this month in this county. That's less than we had in October, November, and December, but it's a whole lot more than what we had in March, April, May, June, July, August. So we're at a lower level than the peak, but still above the level we had in earlier months. So we're not out of this thing completely. And I believe it will last longer than it has to if we become careless now. And that's what Doug's intent is, I suspect, that's what my intent certainly is to bring this pandemic to an end. And I believe that the masking order, which is only there as a safety measure should the governor's order be struck down, is probably the best way for us to accomplish that. When the legislature decided they were going to overturn the governor's mask order, 26 organizations filed their positions with the legislature. You can file in opposition or in support. All 26 filed in opposition to overturning the mask order. I'm going to read you some of the names, but not all of them. But listen to the names of the organizations and ask yourself, is the medical field really divided about masking or not? The Children's Hospital of Wisconsin oppose. Fox Cities Chamber of Commerce and Industry oppose, and that's opposed to the overturning the mask ordinance. The Greater Madison Chamber of Commerce, a business group. The Medical College of Wisconsin. Professional Firefighters of Wisconsin. Wisconsin Academy of Family
I'm
Physicians.
sorry, those aren't medical.
Wisconsin Association of Local Health Departments and Boards. Wisconsin Association of School District Administrators. Wisconsin chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. Wisconsin chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. Wisconsin Council of Churches. Wisconsin's Educational Association Council. Wisconsin Healthcare Association, Inc. Wisconsin Hospital Association. Wisconsin Medical Society. Wisconsin Public Health Association. I would make the case that while you can go on the internet and find divergent views, all of the health organizations that took a position on this took the position that the mask order should not be struck down. What I'm hoping the board will support tonight and have the courage to do so is to put in place an enforceable order that would allow us to put up a mask order should the governor's be struck down. By the way, it would be limited to 60 days. And that's right in the language that you passed earlier last year. So it would only be a 60-day order. And what I'm trying to do is get to a point in time where a larger portion of the population is vaccinated, especially the vulnerable population. We've already lost 181 people. Let's not make it more. Thank you. I now have appointments. I've got appointments for some of the positions in the Diversity Affairs Commission.
I think we have one question from one county board supervisor for you. So just want to check. Supervisor Borcher, was it a question for County Executive Harris? Supervisor Borcher?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, that's my problem then. I couldn't unmute my mic before.
No problem.
All right, sorry about that.
Very good. Any question for Executive Harris?
No.
All right, very good. Thank you. Please go ahead, Executive Harris, with the appointments.
Yes, my appointments to the Diversity Affairs Commission, and by the way, we're leaving additional seats to be filled at a later date. But the names are Mike Norton, Tanisha Alvarado, Latiria Garrett, Marcio Garcia, and Heya Khatib.
Is there a motion to approve the Diversity Affairs Commission appointments?
I move to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the appointments to the Diversity Affairs Commission. I'll open it up for any discussion. I see one hand. I'll call on Supervisor Conrad. Please go ahead, Supervisor Conrad.
I was having trouble unmuting. Thank you. That was it.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Conrad. Any other call-ins or questions in regards to the appointments? I'll call on Supervisor Lautenschläger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschläger. Supervisor Lautenschläger?
Okay, now I can. You must have, we couldn't unmute ourselves. Now we
Very
can.
good. Please go ahead.
No, that's fine. I just need to be unmuted.
Very good. All right, thank you Supervisor Lautenschlager. Seeing no other calls, we did have a motion and a second to approve the appointments to the Diversity Affairs Commission. So we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that motion carries. We have one other appointment. Please go ahead, Executive Harris.
Yes, I have an appointment to the Human Service Board. It's a three-year term, and it's for Board Member Nicole Newhoff.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the nomination of Nicole Newhoff to the Human Service Board.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the nomination to the Human Services Board. Any discussion? First, I'll call on Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
I was just going to second that motion. Somebody beat me to it, so that's all
Very
I have.
good. Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. Any other discussion in regards to the nomination for the Human Services Board? There was a motion and a second, so we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Very good. Thank you, Executive Harris.
Thank you.
Moving on down to the next item, that's County Board Chairman's Report. So first, just an update and make sure certain that everyone's all on the same page. Supervisor Spellman, Stephanie Spellman, who is a supervisor in District 10, let us know earlier in the month of February that she needed to resign her position because she had actually moved out of the district. So there is a vacancy in Supervisor 10, which is in the city of Neenah. So as with our prior processes, there has been a public posting for that position. And once that is completed, then I'll review all candidates and ultimately make a recommendation to the board for an appointment. I would anticipate and hope that that would be possible by the March business meeting. I believe it's on March 16th. Still waiting for all the final posting to commence, but that would be the goal, if not certainly by the month afterward. And then also similarly, she was on 2 committees, so there will be recommendations that I would expect at a March meeting for recommendations for appointments for those 2 meetings, 2 appointments for Information Services and, Information Systems Committee, and also Personnel and Finance. And then there were some comments from the public in regards to the meetings and when we may go to in-person. So first of all, as I've said at prior meetings, any determination would be with some discussions with public health. I am looking at, and I haven't spoken to public health about this yet, so I will tell you that, but I'm at least, I want to begin to explore the possibility of potentially our April meeting being a combination in-person and Zoom meeting. Now, once again, that's tentative and it'll depend on space, logistics, and where things are at with COVID-19. So I'm not promising, but I am looking at to see what the feasibility of that would be. Once again, it would require a facility that would allow us to be able to do both in-person and Zoom. So there are some logistical requirements in order to do that, including AV needs similar to what we did back in July. So there are some challenges, but I at least wanted to share what at least pursuing and considering in the future, and certainly would let you know if it looked like that was to materialize or not. And then just wanted to make a comment, or heard a comment, and I've made this comment before in regards to access and public access to these meetings. And I recognize that this modality, Zoom, has been a challenge during this COVID pandemic. But I did want the public and all this board to know and remind them that there were actually 203 individuals on this call tonight. And we've had county board meetings in the past during this pandemic with over 300 individuals on this meeting. And I can say unequivocally that in our normal county board chamber, it is impossible to have 300 individuals to attend a meeting. I'm not sure that we can even have 200, probably pretty close, but it would be pretty tight. But there's no question you cannot have 300. So in terms of the public access, while I can recognize it's challenging, there is more public access during this pandemic in terms of the number of people that have had the ability to join these meetings than ever that I have been on this county board in the entire time that I've been on it. And in the entire time that when I once served on the city council in Appleton, as well as served on the city council in Neenah, because in both of those chambers, it was physically impossible to have 300 individuals. So I agree with you that it is challenging, but in terms of public access, we have absolutely maintained public access throughout this pandemic. Additionally, I do know that there are municipalities across the state during this pandemic in which public forums actually did not occur. And we have absolutely throughout this entire pandemic maintained public forum, because obviously in my view, that's a bedrock necessity for any true democracy in my view. And we have maintained that throughout this entire pandemic. So I hear the concerns about the Zoom calls, but I do have to temper that with the access expansion actually that has occurred throughout this pandemic. Absolutely, we'll make every effort to balance the safety, not only of this board, but of the community, along with what I agree with is the benefit of meeting in person and do the best I can to rectify that as soon as I can. So I just wanted to make those comments. I always appreciate the public comments, but I at least wanted to give that context so everyone was aware of that. And with that, that concludes my remarks. So we'll move on to zoning reports and ordinances. We have two of them this evening. The first one is report number 001, Edward T. Schramm, I believe the first, Kenneth Schramm, Candy A. Strebelinski, and Douglas J. Strebelinski, Town of Nepeuskin. For that, I'll call on Vice Chairperson Egan.
For the approval of report number 1.
There's a motion. Is there a second for approval of report number 1?
Mr. 45, second.
There is a second. Any discussion in regards to report number 1? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to amendatory ordinance number 02-001-21, rezoning from A2 general agriculture to R1 rural residential for tax parcel number 014-0602P and 014-060201. For that, I'll once again call Vice Chairperson Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of mandatory ordinance number 2121.
There's a motion and a second to approve mandatory ordinance number 02-001-21. Any discussion? I see one call. I'll call on Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
I can't get unmuted.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Supervisor Ellis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, because I couldn't unmute before, so I have nothing to say. I just want to make sure I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Seeing no other callings, we do have a motion and a second for mandatory ordinance number 02-001-21. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please go ahead.
Supervisor Warnicki is raising his hand.
Okay, please go ahead, Supervisor Warnicki. Supervisor Warnicki, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman, it appears as if most, if not all of the people who are having problems unmuting are not listed on our participants list as co-hosts. So that might be making things a little difficult. You know, Eisen is part of it. I believe Ellis is, Youngquist is, and people of that. So there are quite a few of our membership who are not listed as co-hosts.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. We'll work to try to correct that.
I think I'm unmuted now. Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you, Supervisor Warnke.
Okay, the question that I have on the agenda is on number 1. I'm very concerned as to why this number 1 was not put into a resolution. You know, how can we vote on something that's not on a resolution and it's not on the agenda?
Thank you, Supervisor Warnke. We'll finish up with zoning reports and ordinances, and then I will explain how that works for everyone. Any other discussion in regards to mandatory ordinance number 02-00121? We're going to do a revote just to make sure. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Very good. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next report. That's report number 002, Jason Reichman, Town of Wolf River. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of report number 002.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve report number 002, Jason Reichman, Town of Wolf River. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, mandatory ordinance number 02-00221, rezoning from A2 general agriculture to R1 rural residential for tax parcel number 032-0629. Once again, call on Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for adoption of the mandatory ordinance number 02-00221.
Second.
There was a motion and there was a second. Any discussion? If so, the supervisor go ahead and raise their Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. And that motion carries. Now that concludes our zoning reports and ordinances. Before we go to resolutions, I'm going to step aside momentarily just so that we can take care of a couple of technical issues. So if you can just give us a minute, please.
Pardon.
I'm just checking. Can anybody hear me?
Yes,
Supervisor
Henry.
Powers.
We can hear you.
Good.
Eisen, say something. Or not.
Supervisor Eisen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can even speak to you
Yay.
now. Thank you.
Clerk Erdmer, Bob Warnke is listed on this bar of participants as Legis 0121. So you might want to add him as a co-host.
Done.
I also see Albrecht is not a co-host.
What about Larry Lautenschlager?
Can't find him.
Can talk.
Barthels is not listed as well. Vicky Shorzy. Oh, yeah, no, she's not listed as a co-host.
She was on mine.
I can't see her on mine. So.
Yeah, she was.
Okay. Konetsky.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
From Konetsky.
Konetsky is here.
Everybody was here earlier.
We might have them all here.
Okay, so we've dealt with a couple of technical issues and hopefully that resolved some of the issues that were occurring. We'll certainly work with any issues as they may arise and certainly appreciate your patience as we do that.
Mary's on now, you can get on.
So now we are on resolutions and ordinances. So the first one is item number 1, Winnebago County Health Department General Face Coverings Order. Consideration and potential vote on the Winnebago County Health Department General Face Coverings Order is required by ordinance number 096-10-2020, section 11.08 of the General Code of Winnebago County. Now, I think it bears some explanation because I know Supervisor Warnke had some questions about it being on the agenda. And so I also wanted to share some background for everyone in regards to it. And then we as a board can decide how we are going to take it up. So if you all recall, back in November, as a number of individuals have referred to this evening, this board considered an amendment to our ordinance. That number was 11.08. And what that ordinance amendment said is that there could be general health orders that could be provided by the health director. And it gave him the ability to provide general health orders that would be advisory only, however. And it had specific guidelines as to what we would do with any of those general advisory health orders. And in that ordinance, it was very specific, where it said that any general health order would be reviewed by the county board within 14 days or the next scheduled county board meeting, whichever was sooner. So that's why it's on the agenda today. That's why it doesn't specifically have a sponsor or a committee, because it's on the agenda based on the ordinance we passed back in November. And in that ordinance, what it also said was that the general health order, if there was to be one, would be advisory only until reviewed and approved or revised and approved by the county board, once again, within 14 days or the next county board meeting, whichever was sooner. And additionally, that it would be for a maximum of 60 days unless otherwise prescribed by the county board. So once again, it's based on that ordinance as to why you see it on the agenda today. Now it's up to this board to decide what the board decides to do with it. To consider it tonight, we would need a motion to bring it on the floor and a second. And then it would be open for discussion. There could also be a motion to bring it on the floor and approve in a second, and then that would open it up for discussion as well. If no one made a motion to bring it to the floor and seconded it, then it wouldn't be taken up by the board because there wouldn't be a motion in a second to take it up, in which case it would be advisory. If there's a motion and a second to bring it to the floor and approve, then we would begin our discussions in regards to the actual general health order, and ultimately, at the end, decide to vote to approve or not to approve. If it was approved, then it would effectively, based on its written, not take into effect unless the statewide mask mandate would expire or if it was overturned. If it was not approved tonight, then it would remain a county advisory general health order. Once again, if the county board doesn't vote on it tonight, well then once again, it would also remain a countywide advisory general health order. So that's the evolution and kind of history, just so everyone was on the same page in terms of the background as to why it's here and how it got here. Because essentially the ordinance we approved in November allows our health director to offer advisory general health orders, and then that ordinance stipulates that we consider it within 14 days or sooner. So any questions in regards to, I see Supervisor Warnke. Please go ahead, Supervisor Warnke.
What if we voted to table it?
If we voted to table it, you can always do that, like any motion. If you table it, and there's no date, then it essentially, there's no action on it. And it's not in
Okay,
effect.
at what point can I do that?
Well, it's not even on the floor yet, so no one can make any motion to it, because in order to make any motion, it first has to be brought to the floor.
Okay, I understand that.
District 35, Tom Snyder, move to consider and possibly vote on the Health Department General Face Coverings Order.
Okay, so
I
there's a
second that, Julie
motion.
Gordon, District 17.
So there's a motion and a second to consider and possibly vote on the general face coverings health order. So now is on the floor, and so now we open up for debate and discussion on that general health order.
Quick parliamentary question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please
Very
go
quick.
ahead, Supervisor Norton.
If this is defeated tonight, that does not stop or prevent the health officer from bringing another order tomorrow or the next day or anything after that, correct?
Correct, as I understand it. If I'm incorrect, certainly the Corporation Council can correct me, but I do believe that's correct. But Corporation Council, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, Chairman Ramos, that is correct. It can be brought up again.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Corporation.
Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. First, so just so everyone's clear, we've brought it to the floor. There is not actually technically a motion to approve it. The motion is to consider and possibly vote. After this discussion, the board will decide whether someone ultimately makes a motion to approve or not. But the debate is now on that general health order. So first I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
I need some more clarification. So are we just to discuss at this point the motion to bring it to the floor? We don't discuss the order itself?
No, you absolutely can discuss the order, but his motion was to bring it to the floor and possibly consider a vote. So it is on the table now, and there could be any other motion, frankly, at this point. So no, you can talk.
I can discuss the order then, the things
yes,
that
you
I
can.
wanted to. Yeah, I can. Okay, then I'll go for, okay. Okay. I feel I need to talk on this because I found some things in it that I'm not sure I understand, and some things that I understand and I'm not sure we should go that route. So I'll just start picking it apart as I see it. And this is about the mandate order. It is not about, do you want to wear a mask or you not want to wear a mask? I'm talking about actually the guts of this order. On the first page, the second paragraph, I just wanted to clarify that some information was correct. I did my own digging in this. The Wisconsin Department of Health Services shows that the number of cases in Winnebago County as of February 12, 2020 surpassed 16,792 confirmed cases with a current biweekly confirmed case rate of 190.1 cases per 100,000 from January 27th, 2021 to February 9th, 2021 is very accurate. Just wanted to do that before I start pounding on this order here. Okay. On page 2, there's a lot of whereases about the mandate order that came from the state. And I understand all that dates, but we're past all that, so I get all that. But out of that, I took the information that I know that the current order from the governor was put back in as a different order with some wording changes on February 4th, and it's good for 60 days to April 4th. I think that is a correct statement. If it is not, somebody can re-clarify that for me. So it is a mandate that's in effect. On the third page, the third paragraph, whereas Winnebago County intends to seek voluntary compliance from all individuals concerning the wearing of face coverings, but may impose civil penalties where voluntary compliance is not followed. I like that because it said they would seek voluntary compliance before they went for the penalties. good statement there. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whereas local health officer has authority to direct persons who own or supervise real or physical property which present a threat of transmission of any communicable disease to do what is reasonable and necessary to abate the threat of transmission. Very understandable, good statement. The last item on that page, face coverings required. Every individual age 5 and older under Winnebago County Health Department jurisdiction shall wear a face mask if both of the following apply. And then on the next page, page 4, that continues. The individual is indoors or in an enclosed space other than a private residence, and another person or person who are not members of that individual household or living unit are present in the same room or enclosed space. So again, I believe that still eliminates a private residency. So I'm hoping I understand that. Definitions: B, enclosed space means a confined space open to the public where individuals congregate, including but not limited to outdoor bars, outdoor restaurants, taxis, public transit, rideshare vehicles, and outdoor park structures. In that area, I was wondering if that would include like the farmers market that we have in Oshkosh during the season, where the people are down there, half are wearing masks, half are not, and we're dealing with food products. Wondering if that would be also in that description. Churches, schools, tournaments, fish tournaments, family parties, auctions. So I was just getting a clarification on that. On page 5, under enforcement, I understand what I read, but the time period, item 2, the time period in which the violation must be corrected or abated, usually 1 to 5 days or 10 to 30 days, depending on the nature of the violation. Cloudy on what would make it deserve 1 to 5 days for correction or 10 to 30. That's that one. Sorry to take up your time, but I'm just trying to clarify some things here. Then we get on page 6, item 1, a citation hereunder may be issued by Winnebago County Health Officer or Winnebago County Health Department jurisdiction law enforcement officers. Question on how that's going to go down. And thinking that brings up to mind people reporting on people. So I'm thinking, is there a hotline that people are supposed to call in and report on their business that's next door to them that they're not applying, or everybody's going to squeal on everybody? Is that how that works? Let's see. Oh, number 3, suspension of any license or permits issued by Winnebago County Health Department. Clarification on what kind of permits there are, because I know the fair probably gets a permit. If there's picnics, they get a permit. If they're serving, I don't know. I think that they have to get a permit, but Doug would have to clarify that for me. And the final thing is the duration. I've read this about 25 times. I think I understand it, but it gets a little wordy. And Mark talked about it's only would be good for 60 days, but I see at the end here that it says the state the state mandate is overturned and or expires without replacement. I thoroughly understand that. But no is authorized unless authorized by the county board, but has no later than June 30th, 2021. Question on that. Does that mean that after June 30th, 2021, there's going to be no more of this order? Because as you read on, it shall not be repealed and shall automatically become reactivated upon termination of the superseding legislation without further action of the county board. So how I read that is that if we had this mask mandate in for 60 days and expires, this verbiage since there's nothing more superseding it other than its own mandate order, it cannot be repealed and will automatically become reactivated without further notice of the Winnebago County Board. So when I read this all, and I'm sorry if I offend anybody, I don't think this order is really doing it for me, because there's some loose ends, some misunderstanding that can be covered by this. And also this is going to make people calling on other people, and I think that's a bad thing for this county. So if Mr. Warnke votes to table this, I'm going to second it for him, because I think that this is not just the package that I could even vote for. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Any other call-ins? I don't see any other call-ins at this point.
I do. I have.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Warnke.
Hands up. I would like to make a motion to table this.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to table the general health order. So that takes precedence. So now we're discussing on tabling it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Warnke, what you are actually asking to do is to postpone indefinitely.
That's correct. But the reason that one of the reasons I'm voting to postpone it is the fact that, things are changing. So I would like to we are covered under a lot of this now. So let's just hold back for a little while. Maybe the next meeting, we'll see how it goes. And, maybe it'll go one way or the other. I am very concerned about everything being loosened up so much that they're having all these events. And I do believe that we are going to have a relapse of this thing, but I don't know. I'm certainly not a doctor, but I do watch an awful lot of TV because that's all I've got to do. So that's the reason why I'm bringing in to postpone.
So there's a motion and a second to postpone indefinitely. So that motion takes precedent. That all debate going forward now is on the motion to postpone it indefinitely. The debate is not on the actual general health order. It's on the motion to postpone indefinitely. So Supervisor Gabbard, did you call in?
Yes, I did.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I did.
Specifically on the motion to postpone it indefinitely.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come back again on April and after we see what's going on, but okay, I won't speak on indefinitely then.
Okay.
Well, I can change it. We can put it to the next meeting. That's fine, or 2 more meetings, whatever you guys want to do. But I'm just saying, I'm trying to buy a little bit more time to see how things go.
So the motion at the moment is to postpone indefinitely, just so everyone's on the same page. It could be amended by someone to change the specific date, but at the present time, it's to postpone indefinitely, and that's the discussion at this point. So any other discussion in regards to the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
I support this. I support this, but my question is, when would someone take that off to take up for consideration? I mean, I'm asking that because let's say the state Supreme Court overturns the state mandate tomorrow. Could we next week when we meet? Can we take it up? Can we? Let's say it's an odd date between now and whenever. Could I call up or the Corporation Council and you and say, I want to take this up again? Would it have to be at a regular meeting? I'm just asking how we could take it up if we wanted to at any time. That's my question.
Very good. So if I'm understanding I understand what your question is, Supervisor Norton. So his question is, if the motion would pass to postpone it indefinitely, how could it potentially be taken up again in the future. The
Yes,
answer to
yes.
that would be that an individual supervisor would have to request to put it on a subsequent county board agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. I will open it up for Supervisor Gabbard. Did you have another question, or was that prior?
No, you answered my question for me. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And there are some other call-ins. I need to look at another screen, actually, because unfortunately, some of your hands are not on one of my screens and they're not on another. So if you see me looking two different directions, that's the reason.
Chairman Ramos, this is Attorney Miller. Could I just perhaps attempt to answer Supervisor Gabbard's questions regarding the duration, or is that not a good time to clarify it at this point?
Well, I think right now, because we're on the motion to postpone indefinitely, I think we would have to hold off until after that.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I see a number of call-ins. First, I will call on Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a very good night, a very exciting night in many ways. I came here prepared to support this, but I did listen to the people, and much of what they said left me very, very concerned. The main thing, and I think Mary Beth brought this up, I don't want people having to call up and narc on each other, but you know, Mabel is wearing a mask or Mabel isn't wearing a mask. That's wrong. Can't we fix this and take it out of here? I would hope so. And some of these other things, I was told before, I know I was told, there would be no fines issued, even though they were there. This afternoon, I sent the email to Mr. Harris to clarify that. I was not given the honor of or the courtesy of a reply to that question. So based on that, I cannot support this until this is looked at and cleaned up. The people made some good points tonight, and I'd like to see us just table the sucker until we can have answers to these various questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Next speaker is Supervisor Lautenschlager. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support definitely tabling this indefinitely, because we don't know as of right now what the Supreme Court's going to do. I mean, so, but my biggest thing is going into this meeting and listening to these people. I mean, I wasn't going to support it anyways, because I just can't see how we can enforce it. I mean, we've already had the Oshkosh Police Department say they're not going to do it. Sheriff's Department said they're not going to do it. It's up to the Health Department. I just can't see how we could enforce something like this. So I wouldn't be in favor of it anyways. But I'm for tabling it indefinite.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. Next speaker is Supervisor Zelmer, followed by Supervisor Joas. Please go ahead, Supervisor Zelmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
I go along with what Mr. Warnke wants, and I think Larry Lautenschlager hit it right on the head, because I've been vacillating throughout the night on either a yes or no vote. And I think there's too many questions out there right now to vote tonight. So indefinite tabling would be what I would be for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Zelmer. Next speaker is Supervisor Joas, followed by Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead, Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo my support for postponing this indefinitely. Much what Supervisor Zelmer and Supervisor Lautenschlager have said, I agree with. I think it's going to be almost impossible to enforce without running afoul of possible HIPAA violations. So it needs a lot of work. So for that reason, I will be voting to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Joas. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz, followed by Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Two things. One, and I got to apologize ahead of time if you explained it already.
And then the second is a statement. If this gets tabled, does it go back to being an advisory referendum until we vote on it? Is that how that works?
Yes, it is currently an advisory referendum already. Excuse me, advisory general health order, I apologize.
Order, thank you.
Already. So correct. It would continue to be an advisory health order. Corporation Counsel, if you view it differently, please let me know. But essentially, we wouldn't be taking any action from the board standpoint, so his general health order would remain advisory.
And Chairman Ramos, yes, it would remain advisory, but it would be based on a motion to postpone to a certain date. In other words, not postpone indefinitely, which would put it in a different category. If there was a motion to postpone to a definite date, then it would remain advisory.
Okay, so just to clarify, Corporation Counsel, by the motion on the floor, that would mean that since the motion is to postpone indefinitely, then if that would pass, then there wouldn't actually be the general health order advisory right now.
That's correct.
Okay, if that motion passed.
All right, and then the second thing I wanted to say is I think it's good to table it or defer it to another date. I just want to echo some of the earlier concerns around the tattletale and narking, or whatever you want to call it, verbiage. So we want to clean that up. And I really am not comfortable, very not comfortable with the possibility that this could be, if it got passed, it could be extended virtually indefinitely. That's kind of a dangerous thing, in my opinion. So I think it's good to table it for the time being.
Chairman Ramos, could I just respond to that?
Please.
All right. In terms of the duration, and I just want to clarify the language, which again is based on the amended 1108 General Code. Basically, if the board were to approve this, the general order would be in place for a maximum duration of 60 days unless the board authorized otherwise. Now, Supervisor Gabbard referenced, well, what about the June 30th date? Does it go away after June 30th, 2021? Based on the language of this order, it would. And the other piece I want to emphasize is that the only reason this was being put in place was, again, to cover a gap. Should the Supreme Court, and again, I don't want to repeat, but what County Executive Harris said, should the Supreme Court rule that the Evers order, or Governor Evers didn't have the ability to issue these orders, then that would mean that our county would be in a position where there would not be a mask order in place. And given the fact that 1108 that was passed by the board as amended indicated that any general order would be advisory until either its next regularly scheduled meeting or 14 days from the date of the general order, whichever is earlier, there could be a period where there would not be an order in place. And that is what this was. But again, in terms of the language, it is for a maximum duration of 60 days, unless otherwise authorized by the board. And the June 30th, 2021 date is referencing, hopefully by that time COVID will be done, but that would be the outside date. I don't know if that, hopefully that clarified some of Supervisor Gabbard's questions or Supervisor Lenz's.
That does, thank you. But I still support the tabling. So, but I do appreciate that. Thank you, Marianne.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've taken into consideration all that my fellow supervisors have said, and I would like to up the ante. I don't believe that postpone indefinitely is the best choice for action.
Date certain.
Refer this to a committee. Now, that's a higher motion, and that can,
No,
the second can
no.
be entertained. If we can send this back to the health board, we can have an advisory order in place, and we can have a much fuller discussion on the details that there are qualms about. So I would move to refer this back to the Board of Health. Now, remember, it's never been there before.
Joe, I can't hear you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. He made a motion to refer or commit it to committee. I want verification in terms of the hierarchy of orders. I know Supervisor Eisen, you said that it's a hierarchy.
It's higher than a postpone indefinitely.
I'm going to want to make sure we have clarification on that from Robert's rules from the Corporation Council to be certain on that.
And I'm looking that up right now.
The reason I bring it up, but certainly I am not the authority. But that's why I want to make sure that we're right, because I believe when you postpone to a certain date, that is a lesser motion.
That's higher than refer to committee, but it's not higher. The refer to committee is higher than postpone indefinitely, and postpone indefinitely is what we're debating.
And you may be right, Supervisor Eisen. I want to verify that because that's important to this board to determine which motion has the higher priority.
Well, check Robert's rules.
And then that's exactly what we're going to do. Make sure. And once again, it's just a verification. It's not that necessarily Supervisor Eisen is wrong, but of course we don't want to be incorrect, so I just want confirmation.
I'm still checking.
I do think he's correct, but once again, I want verification so all the board knows and can feel comfortable of that. I appreciate that, Supervisor Eisen. I just want confirmation from the Corporation Council as she is our parliamentarian. I do think you're correct, Supervisor Eisen.
Check your smartphone.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, got him.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Warnke.
did you get a second on this?
Nope, not yet.
No, we haven't gotten a second on it. That's a valid point, Supervisor Warnke. Is there a second to Supervisor Eisen's motion to commit or refer it to a committee?
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Fari?
can you hear me? Thank you. I can't raise my hand. Actually, based on the concerns raised by Mary Beth and Supervisor Warnke and others.
Supervisor Fari, hold on a second. I thought whether or not, because it was a question first of whether there was a second on Supervisor Eisen's motion to commit or refer it to committee, because Supervisor Warnke is correct. If there is not a second, then the motion dies for lack of a second, whether it's a higher motion or not. So
I understand. I was explaining my position.
Hold on, Supervisor Farley, because we need to settle the motion though first. So
Okay,
is there a second
I will second the motion.
to refer to the committee?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So that, then we are just confirming that has a higher priority motion. I believe Supervisor Eisen is correct, but we're just verifying with Corporation Counsel.
No, it's
And
lower.
Chairman Ramos, I am
Yes.
looking in Robert's rules, and in fact, the motion to commit or refer takes precedence and is a higher motion than the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Very good, very good. So Supervisor
No.
Eisen is accurate, and we all have confirmation. So we did have a second, so that is the motion on the floor to refer it to committee. That is debatable, so all debate going forward is now the referral to committee. So Supervisor Fari, you were speaking. Did you have anything further to say about that referral to committee?
I do, sir. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Based on the comments from Mary Beth, and I myself had what I was going to propose as an amendment to the document, I think it is probably best to refer it to committee so they can address the concerns of Mary Beth and other supervisors and perhaps revise the document and bring it back next month. That would be better than an indefinite postponement. Indefinite postponement is basically tabling it, you're going to kill it. That's the intent of that terminology. So I think it does need to be addressed, some of these issues about who can turn who in and all that process. I'm not a big supporter of the amount of forfeiture. I think that's excessive. So rather than go through amendments, perhaps it's better at this point to refer to committee based on the comments of the supervisors, and they can address these issues and bring it back with the corrected, updated document.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. So all further discussion going forward is on the motion to refer it to committee. So I'll first call on Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I disagree on sending it to committee. I don't think the committee is going to do anything different to this. I agree with all the comments that have been made. This is unenforceable. There's issues with the mask, the way they describe it as a piece of cloth. We all know that a lot of that isn't effective. This thing's going to take care of itself. The vaccine's coming out. It's being distributed. That's taking care of it. There's herd immunity going on. People like me that have had it, as far as I'm concerned, I'm immune, and this is going to take care of itself. It's not going to solve anything by going back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next speaker is Supervisor Binder, followed by Supervisor Wingren. Supervisor Binder, please go ahead.
I'd just like to say, we had almost 200 people here today, and they want us to make a decision on this. There's no reason to send this back to committee. Before we ever had a mandate, before the state ever did, the stores basically put mask policies in place. Most big stores, you had to have a mask to shop there. And if the state mandate gets turned down and there's a month where we don't have a mandate, so be it. I mean, the stores will make their decisions. They'll put their signs up. I think we need to get this settled tonight. Either we're going to pass it or we're going to table it indefinitely. The people, I don't believe, want it. I mean, most of the things on the outdoors are coming back. They're planning on doing outdoor soccer, rugby, baseball. The EAA is planning on going on. Things are getting better. So why not give the people a little hope? We don't have to continually we got the first, we didn't need a mask at all. Then we needed one mask. Now we need two masks. What will it be next month? So I just don't want to send it back to committee. I just want to get it basically either passed or tabled tonight. I think that's in the best interest of everybody that basically was here tonight.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren, followed by Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor
Thank you,
Wingren.
Mr. Chairman. I don't want to do something like this, but I'm going to have to, and that is, I'd like to ask you what you think. You're, as a doctor and as our leader, the reason I ask is because I want to fix this thing. I don't want to just get rid of it, but there's so many objections that were raised by the people tonight that I think can be fixed. What do you think? As a member, in fact, the chair of that committee at one time, if not now, What do you think as a doctor and as the chair of that committee? What should we do?
So first, before I would speak, I want to make sure that all those individuals who have their hands up before me are okay with me speaking, just because I want to honor the request to speak. So if any one of them wants to speak before me, I do want to give them that opportunity. Because Supervisor Schellinger, Supervisor Gabbard, Supervisor Lenz.
Hey.
Excuse me?
Chairman Ramos.
Is Supervisor Cox?
Yes. I would like to see it postponed to a date certain. And that date certain would have to be based on when the thing goes to court, when it leaves court. So can we even guess at when the court date, and for this thing to clear court, when we can have a meeting right after that in order to do a vote on this?
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. So if the board wants, I will give my opinion. Supervisor Wingren has asked. And correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Wingren, you're asking my opinion.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to take the liberty based on what Supervisor Wingren is requesting. And I didn't know whether or not I was going to speak tonight, to be honest. I was prepared to speak tonight. And I may not say everything that I was prepared to potentially speak to tonight. But there are a few, so I apologize. It requires some context. So you asked for my opinion. So I do need to give some context, and I hope you can appreciate why as I go a little further. So before I give my comments about the actual general health order, I need to give some prefaces, and that's important. Why is it important? Because I think all of you on this board, as well as the public, know how strongly I advocated for the ordinance itself back in November. And I used the word framework at that time, meaning the ordinance was a framework. It wasn't a specific order. It was a framework, and it was a process for how we go about considering any order. So a few prefaces before I give you my thoughts in regards to this, because it's important to state them, and I think you'll understand that after you hear the rest of my comments. So first of all, I have the utmost respect for our health department director. I have the utmost respect with our county executive and all our public health officials. And by and large, we agree on most things, frankly, but we can't always agree necessarily all the time. I will also preface what I'm about to say later, that frankly, I'm in favor of face coverings in general. I absolutely believe that they have an impact and that they reduce transmission, both from and to individuals. So I want to preface by saying that. I absolutely believe that it does. There's no question, for example, if you look at, there was a reference from the public, and then there's even the comment about influenza in the communities and how low our influenza rates have been over this year. And you have to admit that the way we've interacted over this year, which I'm not saying is ideal, but the way we've had to interact because of this pandemic and the fact that the majority of the population was using face masking, that undoubtedly has had an impact on our reduced influenza rates this year. So I'll preface it by saying I'm certainly in favor of face masks and the benefits of them. I'll also preface this by saying I'm absolutely in favor of the statewide mask mandate that has occurred for a long time and is still in place. I do think there's great value in it. I do think there's benefit. I do think it's made a significant difference. I do appreciate the public comments, and I can understand when people are saying comments, well, if it really made a difference, why did our numbers go up in November and December or after September? But I guess I'd ask you to think about that sort of thought, even though I understand what you're saying. I get that. But if you think about it this way, if a house is on fire and you call the fire department over, they're going to try to put the fire out with water. In the end, some of that house is still going to be burned down, but you're hoping that less of it will be burned down because of what you did, because of the water you put in it. It's the same situation, in my view, with face masks. We were all in a very difficult situation, so the numbers were going to go up no matter what. But the question was, could we do things that wouldn't make the numbers as high as they would otherwise have been if we had not done those things? And I firmly believe face coverings have done that. So I will preface with that as well. So now let me talk a little bit more directly about what Supervisor Warnke is referring to. So all of that being said, no, I do not recommend this approach. I do not recommend it for several reasons. I don't recommend the approach, and I don't recommend the timing. That's why I needed to preface all those things, because I do agree with their goal. It's not that I don't agree with their goal. I do not agree with the approach, and I do not agree with the timing, and I'll tell you why. So first of all, I truly think it's unnecessary at this time. We have a statewide mask mandate in place right now. It's in place at least until March 20th. We have heard at times that the state legislature has talked about overturning. We've also heard them say that they'll leave it up to the Supreme Court. And as we all know, the Supreme Court hasn't made a decision for months in regards to this. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But if you already have a mandate in place that is achieving the goal, then I question the necessity of putting anything like this in place, even though I know they structured it for it not to occur unless the statewide one was in place. I do not think it's necessary to take this sort of action right now, and I'll explain that in a little bit as well. I also, frankly, to be honest, despite the best efforts of those who are involved in writing it, and frankly, I think no matter how you write it, it's a bit confusing. And I think Supervisor Gabbert was reflecting upon that. It's an advisory order that technically already is in place. But if we vote against it, then the advisory order essentially remains in place for 60 days at least. That part's pretty clear. But if we approve it, then apparently you might argue that the advisory order is not in place because nothing takes effect until the statewide mask mandate is overturned or expired. Now, I'm not positive in my interpretation there, but that's the point. There's some uncertainty. There's some confusion here. And it's what I would argue some unnecessary confusion. It's unnecessary confusion right now. So, how do I think it could be made so it was not unnecessarily confusing? I would argue you'd utilize the same ordinance that is being invoked to consider this tonight. In other words, we put forward an ordinance in November that specifies exactly what we could do. So if at any point in time the statewide mask mandate was overturned or expired, our health department director would always have the ability of issuing an advisory health order at any point. He could do it exactly on that day. And we are obligated, just like I would argue we were obligated based on our ordinance, to take it up within 14 days or the next scheduled county board meeting or sooner. And I am telling you all, I would do that. And I wouldn't wait 14 days. Now, it's up to this board to decide whether they would want to approve that. But my point is, there's already a process in place. And it would be very clear, the public would know exactly what was going to happen based on how we voted if we followed that process. Because it would be advisory at that point. Remember, there'd be no statewide mandate in place. It would be advisory. Then it would come to a board like it is tonight. If it was approved, it would automatically be mandatory for at least 60 days. If it was not approved, it would remain advisory. Simple as that, one way or the other. The public would know exactly where it was. Now, I recognize there's the concern about the gap, that there could be a small gap of, let's say, a week between when the public health director puts something in place and before we'd vote on it. But I'm telling you, we wouldn't wait 14 days. I would put it sooner if that ever happened. And that's my full disclosure to you and all the public. So I want everyone to know that. But there's this question of the gap. And I guess I would argue that I truly do not believe that the public would all of a sudden completely take off their masks in that week, especially since the public health director would be putting an advisory general health order if he's decided to at that point, and the whole public would be knowing, we would be debating it once again in short order. I also want to mention to you that if the statewide mask mandate is overturned, then we are not alone. We are actually in a better position than just about every other county in this state, because so few counties actually have a county ordinance in place to deal with this, or any sort of mandate in place. The only ones I know of right now, and I could be missing some of them, the only ones I know of that actually have a county mask mandate or municipal mask mandate in place, and I might be missing a couple, so I apologize, but I know that Madison does, I know that Milwaukee does, I believe that Door County does, maybe Brown County, Green Bay, I'm not positive. But my point is, there are 72 counties in this state. Over 95% of them would actually be in a worse situation than us, because we have an ordinance to at least consider whether we would adopt one. As I understand, we were pretty unique in putting that forward in November. So if there's a gap, 95% of the counties in our state would have a gap too. But we would have an ordinance in place to fill that gap if our county health director put something forward and we decided to vote for it. So I'll leave you with two thoughts, and I apologize for being a little long, but Supervisor Wingren asked for my opinions, and I told you I had to give some context for this. So I'm going to leave you. As you know, I quite often give a quick story, and I also quite often give a quote in regards to what I might be talking about. So first, a quick story. So when I was on the City of Neenah Council, there was a sustainability initiative that came up, and it came before the City Council, and it was about putting, I believe, a wind turbine, if I remember it correctly, on city-owned property. And it actually came to the City Council for a vote. And I was on the council at the time. And at the time, I read the proposal, I read about the return on investment, right? How much money it would take to pay it back over time versus how much energy would be saved. And I told them at the time, this is a very difficult thing for me because I believe in the premise. I believe in a sustainability initiative for the city of Neenah, but I just couldn't believe in that project, not that one. I believe in a sustainability project, just not that one, not the way it was being presented that night. Well, it ultimately failed that night. I think the vote was 6-3, if I remember correct. The bottom line is, it actually did come back at some point with a new sustainability project for solar panels that truly were installed because that hadn't been fully vetted and considered as opposed to wind turbines. And it turned out that actually the location they were looking at was better suited for actually solar panels. So my point is, sometimes you can agree with the goal, you can agree with the premise, but maybe the approach is just not right yet. And that's my feeling with this tonight. So my last point to you is just a thought that I say to some patients sometimes, I say to some staff, I say it to myself as a reminder, and it's pretty simple. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think in this case, just because we can, because we have an ordinance that allows us potentially to do this tonight, I truly don't believe we should. That doesn't mean I don't believe that in another context, another time, that I do believe that. I just don't believe it in this case, in this way, tonight with this approach. So with all that being said, you asked me, Supervisor Wingren, I would actually support this in being postponed indefinitely because while I said there's some confusion, there's going to be confusion no matter what in the wording because this is all new to us. I'm not discrediting the work they did. I think they truly did the best job they could. I think it makes more sense to postpone it. And if at any time in the future this is overturned at the state level, our health director always has the ability to put in a health order, and then it would come to this board to vote. But then what would it be doing? We would be voting on something when there was an absolute need to consider. There's not a need to consider this right now because we have a statewide mandate in place, and undoubtedly voting on it in that context would be less confusing than us potentially voting on it today. So I apologize if it was long. I only spoke because Supervisor Wingren asked my views, and I needed to provide a lot of context in order to do that. So thank you, Supervisor Wingren. I didn't ask him actually to ask me to skip. And with that, I will go ahead and move forward with the next individuals who are up to speak. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Warnke.
Yes, Supervisor Warnke?
I call for the question.
Okay, so there's a call for the previous question.
I would like to withdraw. I would like to withdraw my motion to refer to committee.
Thank you, Supervisor.
To withdraw it.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. We will acknowledge that. So the motion is calling the previous question. That does take precedent. What I just want to verify, there was a second.
To postpone indefinitely?
There was a motion to call the question.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right. So just to clarify for everyone, there was the motion to commit or refer to committee. That motion did not occur. So we are effectively back on the motion that preceded it, which is the motion to postpone indefinitely. Okay, now he is asked to call the previous question, which essentially would end all debate, and we would go to a vote on postponing this indefinitely.
Chairman?
Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox.
You have to have a date certain on a postponement. You can't have an indefinite. It has to be a date certain on a postponement.
So I appreciate what you're saying, Supervisor, but you can actually postpone indefinitely. You can. There is a type of motion where you can postpone to a date certain. You are correct, but you can postpone indefinitely as well.
I would suggest that we postpone at a date certain beyond the 60 days that Madison takes the subject to court. In other words, if it goes to court and we lose the mask, the mask mandate, then we bring it back on the floor. Make that date certain after that point.
So just so everyone, so I wanted to give Supervisor Cox an opportunity to speak, but just so everyone's on the same page, the motion on the table is to call the previous question. That takes precedence right now. That one is actually not debatable, okay? Right? So there was a motion and a second. So we go directly to a vote on calling the question, all right? If 2/3 of the supervisors vote on calling the previous question, then we would have no further debate and we would go directly to a vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely, okay? So I think we're gonna need to do this. Okay, so we
Chairman
do have
Ramos,
one
wasn't
question
the-
from Vice Chairperson Egan to clarify.
I just have a question on that. I'm in favor of this, but I think you had said before to Supervisor Norton that any supervisor could go in and have this changed, bring it up at any time, so.
I just want to clarify,
Any one of the supervisors-
Vice Chairperson Egan, if you could please open up your mic.
There. I just had a question on this to make sure. Am I correct when you had told Supervisor Norton that if anyone wanted to change this, that any one of the supervisors could go in and have that added on to the agenda for next time?
So if this was postponed indefinitely,
Right.
yes, that would be my understanding.
So anybody could.
That is my understanding. I certainly, since I am not 100% certain on this, we would get some clarification after this meeting so all the board would know for sure, because I am not 100% certain on that.
Thank you.
Okay, but just so everyone's on the same page and where we're at right now, we are going to a vote on calling the previous question. Once again, that'll take 2/3 majority to pass. We're going to do a roll call vote on that. If that passes by 2/3, we go immediately to the vote to postpone it indefinitely with no further debate. Okay, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to postpone, excuse me, to call the previous question.
Supervisor Kavensky,
You on mute right there,
Go ahead.
so they can hear you now.
Supervisor Brun,
Yes.
Supervisor Borcher,
Unmuted.
Aye.
then I. Supervisor
That's
Eisen,
all
Aye.
I can find a yes,
Supervisor
no.
Ramos, Supervisor Defferting,
Aye.
Supervisor Lenz,
Aye.
Supervisor Newhoff, Supervisor Nussbaum,
I wasn't the question that was called, wasn't that Supervisor Eisen thing?
this is a vote on calling the question.
I know, but I have to agree, wasn't his last? Because Fari seconded it.
Yeah.
Supervisor Eisen withdrew that motion.
Oh, did he? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Supervisor Eisen also withdrew his motion, just so everyone is aware of it.
But
Please
this
go ahead.
Supervisor
question wasn't called, correct?
There we go.
And what about the people whose hands are up?
So to answer the question about the previous question and the hands that are up, a motion to call the previous question, if a person calls it, does take precedent. If it would pass, then those whose hands are up would not speak on this. If it fails, then we would continue with the discussion based on the hands that are up in order.
But wasn't the question called before Supervisor Eisen canceled?
No, it was after that.
No, it was called after that.
Okay, please go ahead.
Supervisor Newhoff, one more time. You unmute yourself. Okay.
Well, I'm not voting then because I don't know what's going on.
Who are you?
I'm not voting.
Supervisor Albrecht,
Aye.
Supervisor Gabbard,
Aye.
Supervisor Binder,
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad, Supervisor Conrad, Supervisor Shorsey,
Aye.
Supervisor Galante,
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Lindgren, Supervisor Lindgren, Supervisor Lautenschlager,
Jeez.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Warnke,
Yes.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger,
No.
what was that? No.
No.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Locke, Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Finn,
Aye.
Supervisor Dunquist,
Aye.
Supervisor Flary,
Oh,
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Keller,
Aye.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
No.
Supervisor Joes,
Aye.
three ayes, but should I go back and see if I can get? Okay.
Well, that motion carries 25-3. And just as a verification for everyone, that required a 2/3 majority. So the question has been called, which means we're ending debate. So we're going directly to the motion on the floor in regards to postponing the health order indefinitely. Okay, so that is what we will all be voting on. There's no debate on it going forward because we voted to end debate. So that is directly the vote we're going to go to. And we're going to once again do a roll call vote. So you're going to vote aye if you want to postpone it indefinitely. If you don't, in which case we would be continuing to debate it tonight, then you would say no. So we're going to have the clerk call the roll.
Supervisor Kudetsky, Supervisor Brun,
Yes.
Supervisor Borcher,
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen,
Aye.
Supervisor Ramos, Supervisor Defferty,
Aye.
Supervisor Lenz,
Aye.
Supervisor Newhoff, Supervisor Nussbaum,
No.
Supervisor Albrecht. Is that an aye?
Yes.
Oh. Supervisor Gabbard,
Aye.
Supervisor Binder,
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad,
Yes.
Supervisor Shorsey,
No.
Supervisor Galante,
Yes.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Lindgren, Supervisor Lautenschlager, Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Warnke,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Locke, Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Finch,
Aye.
Supervisor Youngquist,
Aye.
Supervisor Flary,
No.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Keller,
Aye.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
No.
Supervisor Joes.
Aye.
And 26.
And that motion carries 26-4. It required a simple majority, but passed 26-4. So that is postponed indefinitely. We will get clarification, as Vice Chairperson Egan was asked, in terms of how and if a county supervisor can bring it back to the floor or not. And if they could, what process that would require in the future. So we will get clarification for you all, so we're all clear on how and if that's possible. Very good. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. That's the resolutions. So we're on resolution number 121-02-2021. Commendation for Linda Staffaroni. For that, I will call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution 121-02-2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 121-02-2021. Please proceed, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. Linda Staffaroni began working for Winnebago County in May 1990 as a secretary for the Public Health Department. She moved to the Corporation Counsel's office in 1992. While working full-time for Winnebago County, Linda took courses and became a paralegal. Linda took great pride in her profession. Her spare time was devoted to family, especially her granddaughter Claire. Her hobbies included cooking, reading, and quilting. Sadly, Linda passed away unexpectedly on December 6th, 2020. She is missed. Please join me in recognizing her many years of county service, part of a life well lived.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So once again, there was a motion to approve resolution number 121-02-2021. Any discussion? We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the next resolution.
Mr. Chairman, this is Tom on District 35.
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Snyder.
I have sadly reached the limits of my endurance and stamina for tonight, so I request permission to leave the meeting.
Absolutely, completely understand, and certainly thank you for your dedication and for being here tonight, Supervisor Snyder. Certainly understand.
I'll see you all guys next Tuesday.
Very much appreciate you being here tonight, Supervisor Snyder. Thank you. So moving on to resolution number 122-02-2021, commendation for Chuck Kurt. Once again, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution 122-02-2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 122-02-2021. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Chuck Kurt began working for the county in July 2000. Initially, Chuck worked as maintenance at Parkview before going to facilities department full-time. Chuck came to work every day with a positive attitude and a big smile. Chuck's easygoing nature made it easy for him to get along with others throughout the county. He was always there to help fellow workers and would come in early or stay late as the job required. He was an asset to the county and will be missed by all who knew him. Please join me in thanking Chuck for his service and in wishing him well in his retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 122-02-2021. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the third resolution. It's resolution number 123-02-2021. Commendation for Jody Brown. I want to once again call Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution 123-02-2021.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 123-02-2021. Please proceed, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Jody Brown retired on February 1st, 2021 after serving families for over 20 years with Winnebago County. As a service coordinator for the family support team, Jody worked with children with disabilities. Prior to her employment, she worked as a case manager for an employment services agency. During her tenure, Jody worked closely with other divisions within human services, as well as community agencies and school personnel to provide the necessary support to her families. She truly cared for the youth she served and was invested in supporting them by often going above and beyond. Jody is looking forward to spending more time at her property up north, as well as providing support to her mom and spending time with her grandchildren. Jody and her sense of humor will be greatly missed. Congratulations to Jody on her retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 123-02-2021. Any discussion? So any supervisor raise their Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the fourth resolution. It's resolution number 124-02-2021. Disallow claim of damages from auto owners insurance for Dane Construction LLC vehicle caused by an accident with Highway Department vehicles. Once again, calling Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution number 124-02-2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 124-02-2021. Please, is there any discussion? If so, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. We're moving on to the fifth resolution. It's resolution number 125-02-2021. Disallow claim of Charles Dixon. Once again, calling Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution number 125-02-2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 125-02-2021. Any discussion? If so, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. And if you're having difficulty raising your Zoom hand, just open up your mic and let us know. Being none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next resolution. That's resolution number 126-02-2021. Authorize the Winnebago County Public Health Department to accept an epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, the amount of $761,000, and appropriate funds to program expenses. With that, I'll call on Supervisor Norton.
I'll move for resolution 126-02-2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 126-02-2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next resolution. It's resolution number 127-02-2021. Authorize a capital project from the Winnebago County Highway Department to mill and pave the Winnebago County Highway Department parking lots at the Oshkosh and Winchester Facilities Phase 2 at a cost of $350,000 to be funded with a transfer from the undesignated general fund balance. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Albrecht.
I move for the resolution.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a
27.
second. Very good. There is a motion and a second to approve resolution number 127-02-2021. Any discussion from anybody? If so, just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. And once again, if you have trouble raising it, then just go ahead and open up your mic and we'll acknowledge. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the last resolution on the second page. It's resolution number 128-02-2021. Authorize the conceptual design phase and estimate of a capital project to upgrade the Winnebago County Highway Department building at a cost of $20,000, be funded with a transfer from the undesignated general fund balance. Once again, calling Supervisor Albrecht.
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
There is a motion and there is a second to approve resolution number 128-02-2021. Any discussion? I see one. I'll call on Supervisor Bender. Please go ahead, Supervisor Bender.
I would just like to make a comment that when you do bid that design work out, that we would include a truck wash. I know that we eliminated a janitor watchman, and usually between storms, they used to wash the truck. Well, they still do wash the trucks in between storms, but now without the janitor watchman there, that would free some time up for more building maintenance. And I would think if we're making a big investment in this building, that we want to make sure it's maintained. And I know like City of Oshkosh and Wapaka, they both built new buildings and they add a truck wash on there. You get an underbody wash so the trucks last longer, and that will give the men there more time to actually clean the building, because we eliminated the 4 positions that they used to have as a janitor watchman. And now they could use that time in between the storms to do some building maintenance. And we are going to be making a big investment in that building. So I would just like to at least see if it's feasible to build a truck wash.
Thank you, Supervisor Bender. Seeing no other call-ins, there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 128-02-2021. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Very good. That motion carries. And just for the to make sure everyone's on the same page, if there was a no vote and you're uncertain if we could hear you, just go ahead and open your upper mic and let us know, or raise your Zoom hand when we're voting for the nay votes. So moving on down to the next resolution, it's the top of the 3rd page. It's resolution number 129-02-2021. Authorize the transfer of an additional $11,000 from Parkview Health Center's unrestricted fund balance to the Parkview Health Center's capital outlay account to purchase 2 new neighborhood doors. For that, I will call on Supervisor Ellis.
I move for on the floor 129-02-2021. Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 129-02-2021. Any discussion? I see one call in. I'll call on Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren. And I think we're having some difficulty with his mic. Supervisor Wingren?
I'm sorry, I did not call. It was a mistake. I'm sorry.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Seeing no other call-ins, we did have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 129-02-2021. So we'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries unanimously. Moving on down to the next resolution, resolution number 130-02-2021. Support of state funding for equitable return of utility tax collection to counties and municipalities as utility aid. For that, I'll call Vice Chairperson Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of resolution number 130-02-2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 130-02-2021. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Defferding. I'd like to speak.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just had a question on this. I was just taking a look at this particular resolution, and it just seems some of the terminology here seems arbitrary to me. It seems like they're asking for a fair, more equitable return of utility tax collections, but I'm not exactly sure what is defined as fair. I do see that in line 15 and 16, it does say that the state collected $351.4 million in utility taxes, but returned only $75.6 million. What is considered to be fair? What is it that we're exactly asking for here? So I have a better idea of better idea of it, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you for your question, Brian. I would interpret that to mean any amount greater than 75.6 million. In other words, this is encouraging the state to sit down and negotiate this issue to give municipalities more funding. That's why we don't have a certain number, because they need to negotiate it. But they want more than 75.6 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting, and thank you for your comment, Supervisor Fari. Any other call-ins in regards to resolution number 130-02, 2021? I'll call on Supervisor Nussbaum. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
No, he's muted.
There, am I on now?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
I see one person on the committee voted no. Does anybody know why that was? There's a no vote on that?
I'll call on Vice Chairperson Egan. See if he can comment in regards to that. Please go ahead, Vice Chairperson Egan.
I'm sorry, I do not recall who that was. It'd be all the chairmans.
You're muted.
It wasn't me.
I apologize, I cannot tell you who that was. I do not have my list who voted and who didn't. Maybe if they want to volunteer themselves to go ahead and speak, they could and tell you why. But I apologize, I cannot.
Is there anyone from the just to give one opportunity, since the question was asked, is there anyone in the legislative committee, the individual who voted against this, who's on the call, who can explain their decision or reasons behind voting against it?
Mr. Chairman, I occasionally vote no on that committee, but I don't believe I voted no on this. So I would agree with Mr. Egan. I'm not sure who it was either.
Okay, very good. I'm going to call once again on Vice Chairperson Egan.
I can almost guarantee you that it wasn't Supervisor Fari, because he spoke very highly of this. So I can assure you that it wasn't you, Supervisor Fari.
Very good. Anything further, Supervisor Nussbaum?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Nussbaum. Seeing no other call-ins, we did have a motion and a second. We'll attempt to do a voice vote on this, and if there's any question, we can always verify. So we're on resolution number 130-02, 2021, support of state funding for equitable return of utility tax collection to counties and municipalities as utility aid. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay, or raise their Zoom hand or open up their mic with their nay vote.
I will vote no.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Defferting. With one no vote, that motion carries. Moving on down to the next resolution, that's resolution number 131-02, 2021, adopt Winnebago County remote access policy for vendors. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution number 131-022-021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 131-02, 2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. We have three resolutions left. Next resolution is resolution number 132-02, 2021. Amending the table of organization for the Information Systems Department. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move for resolution number 132-02, 2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 132-02, 2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. We have two resolutions left. The next one is resolution number 133-02-2021. Authorize execution of a 5-year expo rental agreement with Winnebago County Fair Association. So then I'll call on Supervisor Konecki. I'll go ahead then and call on Supervisor Binder.
I'll move resolution 133-02-2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 133-02-2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on to the final resolution this evening. That's resolution number 134-2020, that 134-02-2021. Request authority to apply for funds for maintenance of county-owned and leased snowmobile trails. For that, again, once again, call on Supervisor Binder.
I'll move resolution 134-202021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 134-02-2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. So that completes our business items for this evening. Certainly want to thank you all for your attention, your attendance, and input and comments this evening. I recognize it was a longer evening, but I think it's important that we hear from the public, and that's greatly valued. So I'll then call on Supervisor Albrecht for a motion to adjourn to our March 2nd special orders. Supervisor Albrecht?
I move to adjourn.
A motion, and there was a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. We are adjourned, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you on March 2nd. Have a good night, everyone.